like this.
That's better.
It's a digital platform where we communicate, and I describe it like this. If you imagine a Venn diagram, you got three circles. The first circle, you've got next circle, you've got longevity. The third circle, you've got technology. Where these circles intersect, right? That's where we live.
Hold on. I'm not sure.
What happened? What happened? Okay. What happened?
Where's the sound? I don't know. Oh, I turned it off.
So what is Brain Meets Bites?
So it's a platform. It's a digital platform where we communicate, and I.
Hang on. What did you do? You've turned her off.
Oh, I did. Hold on.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah. So there's multiple videos.
You only have two, right?
No, I have three. So I have that one, then I have Anita, and then I have Key.
And
That one's after Anita.
and
Oh, should we unplug this for a second so they can
So
see
this,
it?
we're not showing this now. We'll have to show it later.
Hold on. Well, it's just weird because Anita's, I don't even know, are they all playing all of a sudden? They weren't playing before.
No, this is fine. What?
But
Just
the-
the sound is playing, or
Yeah, the other one is playing that sound, his video.
this is your video or not?
This is the video, but it was also playing the sound from another video embedded into the video.
Oh God.
Let's do this. Is the video as a link or what?
Yeah, the other video is linked. Is that why it's doing it probably?
Can I close all of this?
Oh yeah.
I embarked on my journey into psychology and public health.
Well, good morning. My name is Diane Quirey Sexton, and I'm the TK teacher at Cipriani School, Room 7. And I want to thank the Rotary Club and Gretchen Ross for the mini grant I received this year and for the mini grants I've received in previous years. And this mini grant I'm going to be receiving this year will be put to good use with my brand new little 4-year-olds who will be coming to me for the next year of 2025 to 2026. Thank you so much, Rotary Club, and thank you, Gretchen Ross.
People are watching it. Good.
Oh, that's not right. That's not right.
Oh, well, no, mine doesn't harm it out up there. Okay. Sorry about the technical itch. We always have them from time to time. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome you here today on behalf of the Rotary Club of Belmont and Redwood Shores and all Rotarians present. Just give me a moment. I'd like to recognize those individuals who have worked hard to get today off the ground. And if you would please stand when I call out your name so people can see who it was. Shivdeep Kapoor, he is taking over from me. Jewel Drexler Morgan, who has done so much for today. We are very, very grateful. And thank Patinelli Company also for allowing her to do this. Our past president, Barbara Gablin, and our present president, Joyce Bartell, Please stand, ladies. You have been an amazing support. Those who are not present today, Ada Quinn and Sereni Tibacorn and Sylvia, for your very kind donations. I know we're going to thank them, but name shortly, but I wanted to do it here now. A couple of housekeeping things. Please turn off your phones. If you're not turning them off, please put them on vibrate. There is nothing worse than having phones going off when you're presenting. If you haven't found the restrooms by now, I will tell you that they are over there so that you can find them, both for men and for women. And another thing, please don't hold conversations when the presenters are presenting. There's nothing worse. But thank you so very, very much for being here today. We hope that you enjoy it. Thank you. I'm not going to be talking all day, thank God. So we have somebody who will do that for us. Our MC for the day has spent the past decade helping people tell their stories. As an author, podcast host, and audiobook producer, Andrew Couch is that person. And long before that, he was collecting stories of his own through a lifetime of unique experiences and adventures. From working in an Egyptian-owned catfish restaurant in Mississippi, I beg your pardon, and selling souvenirs at Graceland to answer calls on the 57th floor of the Empire State Building. Andrew has always been drawn to interesting people and the journeys they take. He's walked across deserts, cycled across the country, and driven from Alaska to Costa Rica, discovering all along the way everyone has a story worth telling, especially those closest to us. Today, Andrew is passionate about helping families to preserve their voices, memories, and life lessons that might otherwise be lost. Please join me in welcoming Andrew Couch. Where are you?
Very much.
Thank you.
Take one of these, or do you want to take that one?
You can take whatever you like.
All right.
You can have
Thank you
this
very
too.
much, Patricia.
Excuse me.
Hello, everyone. Is this on?
There we are. No, there
Nope.
you go. You're on.
How about that? Hi. Oh, and I have this.
This is for live stream.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, how about that intro? It sounds like I wrote it. I didn't. That was quite nice, very generous. I send that to my wife. Maybe she'll find me interesting again. Thank you for having me. This is really interesting to be here. I live in Marin, and I thought I was in the South Bay. This is not the South Bay. This is Mid-Peninsula. I've been corrected. Apologies. Yeah. So we've got a great event for you today. How many people are here that are Rotarians? Show of hands. Quite a few Rotarians. Thank you, Belmont and Redwood Shores Rotary Club, for putting this on. I'm a big fan of the Rotary. I like what you guys do. Bought a raffle ticket. Hope I win. Everybody here got a raffle ticket? Show of hands. Raffle tickets? A few? We could do better. Let's work on that. A lot of great vendors here. A lot of really interesting people that I've gotten to meet so far. She did mention that I like hearing stories. If you've got a story that you want to share when there's not a presenter, please come and see me. I genuinely like to hear people's stories. It's not just a business gimmick. It's my favorite thing. So I'm going to get right to it. We're going to introduce somebody. But before I do, I want to thank all these many sponsors, starting with our bronze level participants. We've got Pet Nelly. There's Jewel. And the founder. Where's our founder of Pet Nelly? He's here somewhere. There's our gentleman right there. Thank you very much for sponsoring this great event. Patricia's business, Maxwell Senior Care Services. Thank you for your support here. I've got to put these glasses on. Anybody else have to wear glasses? This is new to me. I don't have them. I'm not there yet. Grace and Glory Hospice. Big fan of hospice. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. Sequoia Healthcare District. Where are they? Somewhere. Okay. These are our silver sponsors. Sorry. We've got Best Home Health and Hospice. Where are they? Another silver sponsor. Thank you very much. Silverado. Lives Enriched. Where's Silverado? Thank you. Safe Seniors Placement Agencies. Okay. And our platinum sponsors. First, we've got First Light Home Care. Lynn. She's got to be around here somewhere. Big fan of that. And last but not least is Neighborly Senior Placement. nice segue into our next presenter. This is sweet Anita Fairless. Thank you so much. She's the one who invited me down here. So if you have a hard time with me, feel free to blame Anita for that. And have a great time. Anita, thank you.
With that, we'll go ahead and play the video. Or maybe I'll do that.
Is that okay? Or is that
That's
what we're
great.
looking
I
at?
did want to give you one more note because I
please.
realized something.
Oh.
Just double check.
One of the most common questions that I hear is, how do I know when it's time to consider a senior living community? The answer is different for
I don't know
every
if you- I just
family,
wanted
and
to-
after helping hundreds of older adults and their families navigate this journey, I've learned that it's not
I know her,
always
yeah.
about
Did I say
needing
it? Did I say
care.
it wrong?
Sometimes
No, I didn't
it's
even
because the
hear
house
that.
has become too
That's
big
when I
to
said turn up.
maintain.
Oh.
Sometimes it's because someone may be feeling isolated
good,
and
sorry.
they miss having
No worries,
Just
people
wanted to make sure
around.
No,
you're
yeah.
Sometimes
Thank
it's
you.
simply a desire to have an easier lifestyle with chef-prepared meals, daily activities, exercise classes, and friendship. And sometimes it is because more support is needed with daily activities, help with their medication, mobility, and cognition. At Neighborly Senior Placement, that's what we do every single day. We've helped hundreds of families compare senior living communities to find the best fit for their loved one based on their lifestyle, their personality, their preferences, their care needs, and their budget. We know the communities, we know the questions to ask, and we're here to advocate for you every step of the way. Planning ahead gives you more choices and greater peace of mind. If you're starting to ask, is it time? Let's have a conversation. Whether you're looking for an active community, an assisted living, or memory care, Neighborly Senior Placement is here to help guide you with our local expertise and experience.
You want this back?
Thank you very much. Okay, so with that, I am very, very thankful to be able to be here. I've participated in this event maybe going on 6 years or so, and I have to say it's probably one of my favorite events on the peninsula, and I am privileged to introduce our first speaker, who is my favorite speaker. I've heard him many times, and he's participated in this event, and so we are pleased to have Dr. Ayati. He has an extremely extensive bio in your program today, so I encourage you to read a little bit more about him. And he has also brought books today for sale, which are on the table here. So please help me welcome Dr. Ayati.
He has his own mic. Let me put this on you. You've got a clicker.
Thank you so much.
And let me put this on.
This is, you need it?
Yes, this is for the live stream.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And the clicker working.
Here. Oops. Let's go down.
That.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Do I need more? Oh, we're good. Okay. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And is it okay, the noise? Does it have an echo? It's just too much echo. Try it again. Okay. Let me just turn it on. Okay. 1, 2, 3. You hear me? No. Okay. It's on.
It's on.
Yeah. Do you want to use it? Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, let me just give it. That doesn't like my ear anyway. Yeah. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Is working now? Right. Yeah.
This?
Oh, you need it
It's
for
not.
the.
It's not.
Okay.
And when you do, you're
That's
going to
it.
push down to it.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now it's working? Okay, perfect. Finally. Good. It's again, it's a privilege to be here, and disadvantage of being first speaker is always technology problem. And The second thing that we still haven't waken up yet. I mean, it's still, but I try to make it to the way that we can have something to talk. But I'm sure that you're going to enjoy the rest of the speakers today. Okay, now we're talking about aging today, and my focus as a geriatrician is more about future of the medical knowledge and a path to healthy aging. Try to be brief, and please let me know if I'm going to be over my time that I can stop it. No, you don't need to really go on details, but reality is that we have a global phenomenon starting after the baby boomers start to aging worldwide, especially in Europe, after Second World War, that we have really rise number of the aging populations in the world. And people of, by definition, we call 65 years older, which is technically is not exactly 65 years older. Recalling 55 years older is considered to be more on older age by definition of physiology, by definition what we call. But in term of the legal term, especially when it comes to benefit retirement globally, they use the term of 65 as the age of like a starting geriatric population. And we know that this is definitely something is going on worldwide. Not only here, we're going to talk about it, but right now we've seeing this phenomenon everywhere. Okay. Is this working? It's not out of battery. Should go this way. It's frozen. I can do manually. And it's still working here? Oh yeah, not working here. Okay, perfect. Now, there are many reasons that the population is aging, especially after what we see in 1960. One of them is decrease in fertility worldwide. And this has especially happened, significant drop that we were expecting to happen after 2000. Especially in more developed countries compared with the, and that's something that we're gonna see even in the developing countries in the future. This is why, and I will show you later, why we have sudden change in the demographic populations around the world, why we have less younger people by 2030 to 50 worldwide, and we're gonna have more aging population after that. And as we said, 2015 to 2020, which already passed that, we see that more in developed countries, people at age of like 70s, compared of like what we were facing in 1990s. And between 2045, 2050, we see more 80, 85, 83 years old. As I said, in California, especially the area that we're living, Bay Area, Peninsula area, we're actually gonna see more people 85 years older as of 2030 in entire Peninsula area. And this is the demographic that we're also seeing. Of course, there's a lot of the economical changes happening. Many of elderly people are moving out from California, and more younger people are coming to take over. But we're gonna see some shift in 2030 to 2050, even in the area that we're living right now. But for sure, as of, I will say next 4 years, the number of people 85 years older will be much higher around your neighbors. And that's just something you can easily see everywhere you go in that. And when we talk about life expectancy, of course, the life expectancy is changing as well. We are talking about in total, when we have 82 years old versus, like, for example, in female, and 77 years old in men. And then really depends on background of ethnicity as well. This life expectancy is changing. Like, for example, in Hispanic, non-Hispanic Black, and non-Hispanic white or non-Hispanic, we see that this is significantly changing. And like, for example, even in the Hispanic population, you see in female, the life expectancy is just getting higher and higher and higher. The one thing that happened, it was a pandemic in 2019, 2020, that suddenly some of the people think about, probably because of pandemic, the expectations of the death total in the world, we're gonna have less life expectancy. But again, because the the pandemic, even we had a lot of mortality around the world, global mortality around the world, but it still hasn't affected significantly life expectancy. I think we are disconnected here. Oh, okay. Is it? Okay. I thought not. Okay. There is some numbers, which is the World Health Organization's talk about the life expectancy of, and the measure years of life expectancy free from morbidity or any injuries. And as we see, for example, here, health life expectancy that has been released by government in 2016, which is 10 years ago. At birth, we have 68.5 for both sexes, 70 for women, 66.9 for men. And at age of 60, like if you make it to age of 60, then you have to add 17 years above of that for both sexes, 19 for women, 16.7 for men. And technically, US is ranked 31st country out of the 183 countries in the world. That's why we see more life expectancies going on. But however, the life expectancy come with the price, and that's going to be a chronic diseases. And the chronic disease is going to be high blood pressure, as you see here, cholesterol is going to be higher, diabetes. Many of this disease that you actually can see here, ischemic disease, which is like a heart attack, and many other situations that you can see that it's actually growing as we see the aging population is growing as well. That's exactly the topic that we're going to talk. As we living longer, the chronic diseases chance disability from it, complications from the chronic diseases, neurological. Now we have a dementia, neurodegenerative disease. The chance going to be much higher and higher and higher. And that's something it's going to be the challenge that we have. Now, when it comes to the aging, why the politicians are worried in general? The major things is changing is demographic change in the world. As I said that currently, as you see, especially in the countries like as you see in the here, in Asia and Africa, as you notice here, especially Asia and Africa, what we see here that moving toward 2064, the number of the young people in this area of the world, Asia and Africa, it's going to be less. When we look at the other area like Europe, world, and North America, and this is one of the biggest concerns for developed countries, including Europe and United States. And major problem, not I'm saying United States, North America in general. The number one thing is that the caregiver, the people are able to taking care of seniors. Mainly they are importing from these countries to developed countries. Like for example, in Europe, North America, majority of caregivers that are now working in this industry, they're from South Asia. Is that correct? They're from Africa and many of these countries. Now, what happened toward 2040, 2050, because the number of the young people is going to be less, and they're also going to face a significant amount of aging population. This is why the young people in this region, they're not able to come to developed countries to taking care of seniors here. They have to stay in their own region. That means from 2040 to 2050, 60, it will be a crisis in majority of the developed countries to finding this people able to taking care of seniors. And that's going to be one of the big economical things that everybody now is speaking about, that having if anybody able to taking care of seniors and caregivers technically in the next 20 years will be the #1 job for any application for immigration to any European and North America. And this is why you've seen a lot of shift in Europe. Like for example, why do you think Germany accepted a lot of immigrants from Middle East area during the war? Because Germany is the #1 country in the world that has the highest aging population, and they don't have anyone to taking care of them. And they also need to have supply for the workforce. All the factories need the young people in order to work, the factories, manufacturing, many other things. This is a huge balance is happening in the politics and also economy in the world. And that when we talk about aging is not about chronic disease and many other things. A lot of things related to economy in the future is really going to have effect by that. But yeah, that's going to be one of the biggest struggle that we have. But we don't hear it much in political debate. I was always and every 4 years, I'm listening to the presidential debate. And even we had last 4 years, we had, or even the last presidential election, we have both of our presidents were geriatrics people. I mean, they've been 65 years older, but nobody had this courtesy to even raise the hand and say, is there any plan for the future of aging population in this country? I mean, what we're going to do in the future? We haven't heard that before. But anyway, that's the good topic for the politics. Okay, now, what we are talking about, let's talk about economy and what we are facing. It's about the market that we have about anti-aging. There's a reason I brought it up this, because the money that we're spending about anti-aging things, anti-aging products, industry, anything that wanted to change the aging situation, is it going to be cosmetic? Is it going to be anything that we want to fight with aging? I remember one time even in US Senate, I was presenting, I said, we think about aging is like a microbe, is like a germ, that we have to fight with that. But aging is the natural process that is starting from the beginning of life. Technically, a baby who is 2 days old is older than the baby who's 1 day old. That means that baby is older, it's aging. Aging is not a situation that happened only when you enroll in Medicare. It's happened every single day and minute. From 8 o'clock in the morning till now, we all age another hour, okay? This is aging. And when we talk about aging, it's something that, oh my God, aging is horrible. We have to put it away and find any way that we can fight with aging. But the reality is that from the beginning of life, our body is in continuous dying and aging process. And that's what we know in the brain, in all the organs and everywhere. But when we talk about how much we actually spend money for like billions of dollars about anti-aging, especially when you look at this things that was published in 2019 in like Asia. I'm just specifically once about Asia, in China, South Korea, and Japan, that the billions of dollars of market that they're doing in anti-aging products. But what happened about the seniors there? When we back in 2019, that was the report from the BBC World in 2019, and you probably hear that before. Many of the aging population in Japan, seniors in Japan, as every single day, they commit crime intentionally to go to prison because they cannot afford to live anymore. Because the retirement money is really not, they're not able to survive with the retirement money. You probably know that in every single minute that we're talking, at least 1 or 2 seniors, mainly in Japan, they commit suicide because they cannot afford to live anymore. Now, from 8 o'clock in the morning till now, that probably should be in the report in Japan. This is true. This is happening. Many of them, they go to a store and they know the store has camera. Intentionally, they grab an apple or something and they go to prison. Now, even Japan is trying to change the law to just kind of like not getting all the seniors back to the prison, because prison is actually, because no, they do that intentionally. They go get a bike, go in front of police station and say, can you take me back to the jail? Because they cannot leave anymore. And think about that in this country is billions of dollars spending on anti-aging products as every single day. We have, when it comes to the aging, a lot of things needs to be changed. A lot of dialogues needs to be changed. It's getting harder and harder for people when it comes to, oh, okay. Okay. Now, the reason I brought it up, because I just want to get attention of you that what are the challenges the human are facing today? And let's talk about that. We don't see this conversation a lot in the news and in media, much about what happened in the future. What happened to us, by the way? Have you ever thought about that? What happened if the funds of Social Security and Medicare is going to be low and low? What will be the future? How much money you have in your saving account to taking care of you yourself? Just think about that. Just think about the next generation. How much money do the next generation they have? If they're going to be supposed to live to 100 years old, do we have enough funds and resources to live till 100 years old? These are a lot of questions. I don't know the answer. I'm a physician, but these are a good question that you may ask yourself. What will be the future? How are we going to spend money about aging care? Now, I just started my presentation. Everything was introduction. I'm going to talk about what is going on with the healthcare? What is going on with medicine when it comes to aging population? And this is exactly what we call the society are heavily medicalized. The society that, especially after 1960, 70, when the antibiotic became famous, when all the procedures went through, we know that we're thinking about fixing everything with medication, with procedure, with something that we're just fighting with aging, with more medicalized society. This is what we call medicalized society. Now, by definition, I'm a geriatrician, and geriatricians are the people who are subspecialized after primary care to know about aging and geriatric. It's a board certification. And yeah, that's a very nice cartoon. And we have a shortage in the geriatric medicine. We were just talking on the table here about what will be the future about the geriatrician. We're not many geriatricians. It's around 7,000 geriatricians in the country. And there's no way that we're going to reach to the demand by 2050. We already did calculation. We went to Congress. We did all the things. But no, we're not able to do that. Forget about that. That's why the number of production is never able to reach that amount. But there is a big problem. Like, for example, think about in medical school, medical student. I'm teaching at Stanford. And when we have the medical students, the time that we teach them anything about aging, okay, they do like they come as an elective to my rotation, but it's not mandatory for them to know anything about geriatric. The time that we spend in the United States, around 170 medical school MD and DO, doctor of osteopathic, the number of the days and months and years that they're spending learning about the aging population, aging physiology, disease, it's around in average 3 hours in 4 years. 3 hours in 4 years, that's United States. Nursing is about 2 hours. Means any nurse that is going to be graduate from our nursing school, they have only 2 hours learning about geriatric and aging and complications, medical complications related to that. Same thing for other specialties, including social workers and many other things. This is a huge shortage. And the same thing goes to primary care. The total amount of primary care physician learn anything about geriatric during the 3 years of residency is around 5 days. 5 days total. And that's what they're facing right now is a huge aging population. And this is one of the biggest challenges that we have. Now, the most significant falsehood history that we know about that as we talk about really the society is medicalized. Medications is the answer to all the problem, or procedures or medical centers are actually have the answer to everything related to aging population. And I wanted to tell you during this presentation that is not necessary, that's true. I heard about the stories, and we have someone to love to hear about the stories, but I also like to start my presentation with the stories. And that story is actually the story about the pharmaceutical is not the answer, and the medication is not the answer for that. And I want to start this with one story about a case that I wanted to present today. Now, the case is a real story. Actually, I maybe shared this story with many of you in the past, but this story is about, and I published this story in San Francisco Chronicle as well, years ago. The story is a lady who has been diagnosed with a mild memory loss problem. We call MCI, mild cognitive insufficiency. The condition is not dementia, but people have a 15% to develop dementia in a year. Like somebody has MCI, has a 5 to 15%. Some of them, they stay at the same level for years. Some of them, even if you know the reason, you can reverse the condition and they get better. They came, when I had my clinic at that time in Stanford at the Boswell Clinic. I remember we were there at that time. And this is about like 15 years ago. She came in and she came for second opinion. And we did evaluation of one of my fellow who is right now is one of the really big geriatrician in the country. We did evaluation, we did all the tests and everything. She went to see another neurologist before came to see us. And and the neurologist prescribed a medication. That medication, even till today, that I'm talking to you, we're talking in July 10, 2026. Yes, I'm right. No, I passed my memory test now. July 10, 2026. It's still, this medication has not proved any benefit in people that helping them that their MCI is not progress to Alzheimer's dementia. That's why even after 15 years, we have no data. But it was prescribed. She came to us and said that, okay, well, what's wrong with me? I started to I have a hard time to remembering names. I just, and the daughter was with her, and my mom kept repeating the stories and all this stuff. We did a test, we did all the memory tests. It was like 2 hours of the visit. And finally, we went back and said, yes, you have mild cognitive insufficiency. You have that. We agree with the diagnosis. But what I want you to do is this list. I want you to, number one, do physical activity every day. Exercise every day. Turn off your TV. Try to go out and spending more time with your friends. Call your friends and find a time every week to have social interactions. Don't stay in your house. She was living in Menlo Park, and just in loneliness of your house is the worst thing for your memory. Go out, talk to the people, come to aging events like that and speak with people and have a breakfast and have a conversation. Sleep well, and also the last thing, that don't take that medication, because that medication side effect, you already have some problem with your urine incontinence. This medication is going to make it worse, and it's not going to help you at all. She was very disappointed from her visit. This is exactly the answer. She said, after 2 hours of just testing me and waiting for 6 months to see you, all you just tell me to go leave with my friends, turn off the TV, walk every day. I mean, I was expecting you send me to do another MRI or PET scan or prescribing me some medications, and you just tell me to change my lifestyle. I was even just making joke with her and say, you know what, leave like Italian people. You know what, the Italian people, they have a very social, their social life is extremely strong. They talk to each other. They always are sitting together, family, dinner together. And even I was just making a joke that, you know, Italian people, they always using their hand. Any Italian background we have an audience, they're using their hands. It's like free occupational therapy they do all the time. But this is going to be the best thing for you. It's the best speech therapy, that you bringing up the words, speak to the people. These are exactly things that we know is important. And what happened is that she left. She wrote a letter actually to Stanford that it was a horrible doctor. I mean, it's just like 1-star review after that. But what happened is that 9 months later, I was accidentally going to one of the skilled nursing home in our area, and I found her daughter. I saw her daughter in the parking lot. She came toward me, and you know, she remembered me and said, "Oh, Dr. Yadi, this is what happened to my mom." I said, "What happened to my mom?" My mom is here. 3 days ago, she fell down in the bathroom in her house, broke her hip, and now she's here from emergency room. They brought her here to get the rehab. She was not my patient, but I went as a courtesy to see her. The lady who has been mild memory loss, she was doing very well, actually. She was still driving to the Safeway and coming back. She was fully demented. She was so forgetful. She had a lot of pain, crying, misery. She never left that skilled nursing home. She died months later with depression, severe dementia, and never able to recover. But the story is so important because when we back again to what was wrong with that, and you probably learned what was wrong with that case, is that when she left from us, and this is exactly what happened to her, she was starting to, of course, she didn't do any of the things that I told her. The only thing she went to Barnes & Noble's, got one of the crossword books, which I hate to do that. I mean, I'm horrible on that. And she was doing a little bit of like a minute of the crosswords, but, and she started taking the medication that we highly suggested don't take it. And then her urine incontinence got worse. She went to see a second doctor, which is a urologist. And the urologist, because of the urine incontinence got worse, prescribed a medication. is actually one of the major side effects of that anti-incontinence medication is worsening of confusion, balance impairment, and problem with gait. And she fell down, broke her hip. That's exactly what we're going to talk today about this case, is that what did we told her, which I'm trying to tell you that everything we said is actually shows it's not the answer for that. We ask her to do more physical activity, engage in mental stimulation, positive outlook, medication unlikely to provide any benefit, vitamins and supplements that she asked me about it, and improve nighttime sleep. And this is what I'm going to try to tell you, that the reality is about healthy aging. In this lady's case is exactly what we're talking about. We talk about environment, lifestyle, nutrition, disuse, which is inactivity, genetic, and the disease. I actually like this one, LOCK. As a physician, I have to say, the LOCK is a 50% of your healthy aging. It's true. You can wake up one morning and one of the cells in your body decide to go to the wrong way. You end up with cancer or any of, this is nothing you can control about. This is luck. There's no definition in medicine say, oh, I did this wrong or no, this is a bad luck. There's no other. That's why luck is important. If you're very lucky, if you can smoke, you can drink and make it to 95. I was just, somebody sent me a video about the famous actor, you probably know that he was 93 years old. He was in one of the Saturday night show, and he said that this is my 10 cigars today. And I say, if your doctors told you that, oh, my doctor is already dead. But it's true. I have many patients that they do well, even they have a very poor lifestyle. And they always ask me, oh, I have a good genetic. I said, no, you're just lucky person. You're just lucky person. This is all the definition about the healthy aging. Now, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the genetic, because a lot of people talk about genetic is important. Genetic is important. I always love this from the Dr. Kirkwood, that if you wanted to live well, choose your parents well. If you have control about that, do that. But the genetic is around 20% of what we call healthy aging, around the 20%, not more. We see that a lot, and I explain to you why. Like, for example, when we look at the area of the blue zones, the people are living longer, like Okinawa in Japan, Sardinia in Italy, and many other places that actually you see that the people are living like 95, 96 years old. When we look at their genetic is not perfect. Actually, they have a lot of bad genes, but the bad genes are not expressed. They're not coming up. And when you look at it, you see why even they have a bad genes, they are living long. And that's just true. It's not necessary if you have, yes, you can have a very bad genes to get a disease or cancer. We understand that. But in many cases, many of the genes, they have limitation of expression. This is why even in the people live longer. We know, like for people in Okinawa in Japan, eating healthy, a lot of social interactions, social support. Same thing when it comes to Sardinia and Italy. They have their prosciutto, they Chianti every night. And if by definition of us, by American standard, oh my God, your cholesterol should be horrible, you should not drink it, but they live long. And why? Because they eat, I know they eat, I mean, some once in a while they have their wine, but they live in a very full social interactions, life and social support. This is a very, very important thing when he talks about healthy agings. And there's a lot of documentaries that actually shows that the people are living long, not necessarily they have a good medical background, but they have a very full life. When it comes to genetic things, when we talk about the gene and chromosome, as you probably know in DNA, and the chromosome, especially when we look at the end of the chromosome, which we call telomerase, telomerase is so important for cell cycle. Like, for example, when we cell going to divide to 2 and then multiply by 4, and the telomerase are responsible for that. As you see, as the cell is getting much more cell. And it's very important things. When the telomere is getting shorter, we see the cell is getting disappear. This is one of the theory of aging and dying. As the telomere is getting shorter, where our cells going toward more aging situation and more preparation for dying as the telomere is getting shorter. For all the scientists that they're working on anti-aging situation, they're all working on telomerase. If we're able to make the telomerase to be long or bigger, then we actually can live longer, and our skin's going to be always healthy and young, and we're not going to see the wrinkle in our skin or any other changes in our body, muscles, shrinking in muscles. This is all about telomerase, which is important. As we know, the epigenetic, it's one of the science is so important because epigenetic is talking about effect of environments on our genes. Like, for example, when we talk about smoking, bad healthy eating, and all this stuff, for example, and many other things, toxic medical disease, that's affect the telomerase. And this is one of the topic that we always want to see, how much the environment can affect our genes. And this goes to very good a study actually done by Dr. Ornish, UCSF, Elizabeth Blackburn. She actually got Nobel Prize in 2009. Their study is about a people that they had a risk of the prostate cancer, and they had 3 months and then 5 years of study of this group. What they've done, they actually put them in an environment that is extremely healthy, eating well, exercise well. They have psychologists to work with them every day. They have a very good support system, and they were able to measure their genes. And they found, interestingly, that the genes was responsible for cancer start to downgrade when they were eating healthy. There were been more social interactions. They were doing spiritual things. These a lot of things that we kind of like forget about that in our healthy life. The stress, they're able to express their stress, they're able to talk about their stress, and they found that, oh, interesting, the bad genes in these people start to downgrade, and the good genes start to express more. They actually publish in British Journal as well, Oncology. And this is one of the things that many people will see that as we are having the people in the good environment, the genes that we talk, the bad genes that we talk, is a start to downgrade. And this is why it is important that how do we live? How is our lifestyle as a daily basis? And that's affect our disease presentation as well. The second advice that I had to this lady, it's about don't avoid to taking unnecessary medication. That's we talk about the medication that she was taking for example, a memory that has no effect on memory, but has the side effect on that. This is something that we call the adverse drug interaction. It's a huge problem. We don't just talk about when talking politicians, all about, okay, what are the money dollars that we're losing? Yeah, billions of dollars. Billions of dollars we're using every year for adverse reactions of medications in the country. And this is one of the leading cause actually of the death, even in the United States. But I love this cartoon. It's actually in my book, you can see that. It's, somebody went to the doctor and said, the problem that you're over-medicated, luckily there are drugs can help you with that. It's a situation we call drug, or this is one of the very interesting ones. One of my students years ago suggested to me, the guy is dying on the bed, everybody's crying, and the doctor's looking at the labs and says, oh my God, your cholesterol level is excellent. And we are not only we are facing with a drug cascade. Drug cascade means a side effect of the medication. And then we prescribe another medication to cover the side effect of another medication. And this is just going on in our society significantly. Let me see that before I go there. Okay. I don't think I have time to tell you more story about the drug cascade, but one of the things here, like for example, in this picture, it's not uncommon that I go as a geriatrician and palliative care doctor to see a person that is facing end of life. It's just a person that I know this person's gonna die within 6 months to a year. It's just a bone and a skin. It has a hard time to even communicate. And I still see that they are crushing the cholesterol medications in the applesauce and just putting with a spoon in the mouth and just give it. And I'm always asking questions, okay, let's just talk about why do we give the cholesterol medication to somebody who's dying in 6 months or a year or 2 years? The calculation based on what we call atherosclerotic disease calculation is that when you do secondary prevention with the cholesterol medication, is preventing a stroke in the 5 and 10 years but this person's going to die in 6 months. Now, it's really the calculation, but where is the goal? What is the shared decision making? What are we looking exactly in this case? Why do we crush this big peel in the applesauce and yogurt and pushing to the mouth of the person to just swallow? Should we just leave her alone? Yeah, just leave her alone. Just give her some water. Whatever happened by nature is going to happen by nature. What we are gaining here, are we just helping the pharmaceutical company to become richer here? Or some nutraceutical company to get more vitamins, and I'm going to tell you another things about vitamins, but we are not really gaining any benefit here. I just say about drug cascade, one quick story. I hope I'm not over time, but let's see. The next speaker is going to hate me that, but let's. There was a gentleman. The next speaker is one of my best friends. That's what he's going to be. He is one that. No, there was a gentleman came. He was a young guy. He came with a weight gain to me, and the problem with weight gain was very interesting. A couple years ago, because he was traveling a lot, he had a sleep problem. He went to the doctor and he was prescribed a sleep medication. He was taking a sleep medication and he was feeling drowsy and tired in the daytime. He went back to the doctor and the doctor said, okay, let me give you a stimulant medication. He was starting a stimulant medication in the morning. And then after months, his heart rate became so fast. And then he went back to the doctor and said, oh, your heart rate is fast. I'm going to give you a medication to lower down your heart rate, which is a side effect of a stimulant. And then he was taking that medication, which is one of the side effects of that medication, was fatigue. He went back to the doctor and said, I feel so fatigued. And said, you're probably depressed. Let me give you antidepressant medication. And the antidepressant medication side effect was weight gain. And I just, okay, well, let's just say the story of weight gain is all coming as a drug cascade syndrome. You are getting and getting and getting. And this is a real situation. For the same lady, the urine incontinence medication, the medication caused the urine incontinence. Giving the medication against the urine incontinence caused the fall, hip fracture for this lady. Is all real story. Okay. Mental stimulation is so important. Positive thinking. I mean, it's, you know, and when it comes to the doctors, it's when I don't have answer to my patient, it's like I will say, okay, well, you're probably stressed or you have anxiety. I'm always making joke with my patients and say, if you can find, with my students, I will say, if you can find in your patients the diagnosis of diabetes or high blood pressure, you're lucky because you can go to your patient and say, I have something to blame. But if you have the patient that doesn't have anything, the only thing you're probably going to say, oh, you're probably overstressed, you're anxious. And that's kind of like the answer you probably hear from us. But I just want to say that I don't want to say this is a cliche, but it's true that staying positive is so important. I think I want to look at it. Yeah, before I go there, Becca Levy, she's actually very good, one of my great colleagues. She's at Yale. She did a study years ago that based on the positive stimulation. What happened she actually imagined to divide this room to two groups, this group and this group. This group for 2 weeks, I'm just bombarding you every day with all positive messages. We can do it, we're strong, everything's about the happiness. This group, for this group, I'm only bombarding you with negative message. We are loser, we're gonna die, we're only depressed. We're just showing you all the negative messages. And then after 2 weeks, both at the baseline the same, she actually found the people with positive messages, they were doing much better in their physical therapy when they have a physical therapy function compared to the group only bombarded by negative messages. It is true. There's a lot of study shows that positive feeling, positive attitude has definitely the direct effect on your physical function and also your brain function, which know by study as well. The other things is the Center for Memory, which we know there is a place inside the temporal lobe we call hippocampus area. This is the center that is affected by Alzheimer's disease as well. This place is going to be shrink. It's very important. Anything goes with the short-term memory, it goes there. Anything you hear from me, it goes sitting in the hippocampal area. And if you like about my presentation later today, you move it to the long-term memory. if you say, well, it was a waste of time, you just delete it, like you delete it in your computer. So forget about this speaker. Now, it's very interesting because the size of the hippocampal area is exactly what we're looking when we talk about the short-term memory. And for example, if somebody wanted to diagnose with Alzheimer, this is what we do MRI of the brain. We actually measure this. We ask radiologists to measure hippocampal area to see if it's getting shrunken small. It's a definitive diagnosis for Alzheimer type of dementia, not other type of dementia. Now, we always love to see how the people are going to do with the bigger hippocampal area. There's been a study done in Nature, and that's about the mice. And that's what's about when it talks about mental stimulation, brain stimulation. We had a group of mice that they did an MRI of the brain. Of course, it's not a big machine, it's a small machine. And they put the mice in the MRI. They measured the hippocampal area, and then they put them in the cage with all the new toys that the mice never exposed to these toys. And then after a week, they actually take the mice out and did another MRI. And they found, interestingly, the size of hippocampal area is just got larger. That means exposure to the new things is always going to be a good stimulation for hippocampal. This is why we always talk about try to do something new in your life. Because, like, for example, if you do like new instrument, new learning a new language, or anything you like, any exercise, any activities, engaging some sort of the project activity that is stimulate your brain, it helps with the Center for Short-Term Memory, and we know it's happened. Now, in 2000, in the United Kingdom, they did a big survey, and they did the scan of the brain of the different different kind of like jobs, and they wanted to see what the size of the hippocampal area in the different jobs. You probably have this, or you hear it in the many of the documentary, and it's about like which carrier has the largest hippocampal area. Not surprisingly, politician had the smallest one, and the physician also was very small as well. That's why I wanted to say that we are in the same group. But it's interestingly, in all the carrier that they actually went there, they found taxi drivers in London. They have the largest hippocampal area, and the reason for that, because the driving a taxi in London is a big challenge. It's just the mapping all the time in your brain. And this is why, like, if you, for example, from Heathrow Airport want to go to the Hyde Park or anywhere in London, it's just so difficult because they have to bypass. The brain looks like the challenge. In 2004, they did comparison study between taxi driver in London and bus driver in London. And not surprising, the bus driver had a smaller hippocampal. And why is that? Because it's a routine. Station 1, station 2, station 3. It's just, you don't need to think about it. Whenever I get to a station 3. This is so important. This is exactly what we're talking to that poor lady. It is important to stimulate your brain. It is important to put your brain in not a stressful challenge, in the challenge that you kind of like learning something new. And this is one of the biggest things. Most of us, when we're going toward retirement, we're kind of thinking about the same thing routine to do. Like, for example, I wanted to tell you an example. One day, if I'm going to be retired, I hope so, I can't wait for that. But if one day I can be retired, the worst thing I can do to myself, if I go every day to Stanford Medical School Library and read the Journal of Medicine, because medicine is my comfort zone. I live with that every day. And that's why I'm not going to do any big favor to my brain. But instead of that, I go to history. I go to Department of Economy. I go toward the art, something that I'm horrible in that for all my life. But I try to learn something that my brain was not comfortable to doing. This is what I can help with my brain and memory. This is something that I'm not familiar. I wanted to learn from scratch. This is what we need to do. And we talk about mindset. We talk about the Becker-Levy exercise. Another advice we had to the lady, that is true. There is a lot of the evidence shows that exercise, physical activity, strengthening exercise, aerobic exercise is one of the best treatment for not curing the situation, but we know it even can reverse in some degree many of pathology we see, especially in the brain of people with the cognitive impairment, memory loss. Exercise is huge, huge, huge. And one of the things it's about exercise, I will say here before I go there, brain-derived neurotrophic factor is one of the protein that is released by exercise. And the brain-derived neurotrophic factor is work as like a cement, is like a glue that help the neurons to stay to each other much stronger. And the babies have the highest brain-derived neurotrophic factor because they are in the continuous developing neurons. They are growing. Like if you see 2 years old, 3 years old, has the highest BDNF. As we're getting older, the amount of BDNF or brain-derived neurotrophic factor is going drop. And one of the best things that we see, like for example, they put the mice in the wheel and they measure the BDNF, that the BDNF amount is going up, helps the neuron to stick to each other much stronger, and we're not losing it. Exercise is the key, is one of the advice that we had to the lady. The other advice I had to the lady, which she thought I'm a liar, is a vitamins, herbal, and nutritional supplement. I want to say about vitamins, one thing quickly, this is the end of my presentation, is that this is from Annals of Internal Medicine about vitamins. As of today, July 10, 2026, okay, second time, remember that. July 10, 2026, what happens sometimes? Sometimes I do memory tests for my patient, it happened twice. I actually give them 5 words to remember, and I forgot what was the 5 words. And I was looking at my patient, okay, what was that 5 words I give it to you? But that's, yeah, this is off the record, yeah. But I did it good today. No, as of today, there is no evidence. There is no scientific literature. There is no clinical trial, placebo control group that shows any vitamins, any supplements, any herbal medications is helping to live healthier, help with your memory, help you free of cancer, help you free preventing from infectious disease. That has been well studied. UPS task force, NIH had a lot of funds, shows nothing. No, somebody's going to take the vitamin and said, I feel better. I said, take it. It's a placebo effect. It's okay. I believe the placebo effect. That's okay. I mean, somebody say, I take this one, I feel better. Just enjoy it. And some of the vitamins are necessary. Vitamin D as DAD, especially for women after menopause, for bone and osteoporosis. But in general, the vitamins haven't showed anything. The other things that for nutraceutical company, which they're producing it, there's no regulations to change the quality of what they are giving to you. Like in not all the vitamins, but like in some of our colleagues in Harvard, they actually went in Boston and they went to like Walgreens and CVS and to pick up some of the vitamins from the shelves, took it to the lab, and they tried to see what the ingredients are, these vitamins are. They found everything in there except the one they actually claim on the label. Like for example, if they say, because there's no regulation. If you see one of this bottle, it says that there's no FDA approved, and if it's risk by yourself, and there's no quality measure for that. No, if you have a company that they're really, the reputation is good and they're doing well, they're putting the vitamins together, that's fine. I mean, I support that. But I just want to say that many things that the people are claiming is not necessarily what you are getting. And this is the problem we have with nutraceutical. The conclusion, we need to do a lot. We need to do a lot in our education system, in our healthcare system. I hope that we can do something. I don't see that. I don't see that light on, honestly, in the world of politics, the way we're going right now. Many things in the field, but what thing that we can do ourselves? Forget about what the government and what the other organizations want to do. It's about our own healthy aging process, mind and body connection. What can we do to our brain? What can we do to our body? These are the things that we need to think about it. And I'm just saying, it's healthy aging is not a guideline PDF instruction. Everybody age differently. That's why it's wrong that I will say, okay, follow this path from step 1 to 5, you will be healthiest person. This is a big lie. Everybody has their own path, their own, I'm always saying this, every single person has his own medical textbook. Everybody is, the body physiology and pathophysiology is different from every single person. But you can find yourself. You can be sometimes the best doctor for yourself. This is exactly, I always advise, you are the best physician for yourself. You know your body better than the physician that you see. You can think about it. You exactly know what you're doing wrong. You can look at it, think about your activity, think about your brain stimulation, think about all the things, about medication, many other things that you do, and you can actually find many answers by yourself. This is why the key of healthy aging lies within you, not in the hospital or clinic. And yeah, we all as a physician, we also can cause harm, sometimes more than benefit, but just think about that. Growing up is mandatory, but growing up is optional. That's the last thing. And I love this from Mark Twain, that aging is an issue of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope I'm not over time. I don't have my phone. I think we're done with that. I think, what time is it? Key? Oh, yeah, no, we're over. Okay, thank you so much. I will be hanging around if there's a question, because I think we have to be, another speakers come on board. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, keep that going. Well done. And this book has to healing, healthy aging, available just over here on this table. How's everybody doing? Anybody considering doing crimes? Anybody? One hand watching you. Yeah, man, luck, crime. That was fantastic. Yeah, who wants to drive a taxi? Exactly. Everybody want to stand up for a second? It's just everybody kind of, we got another speaker coming. Got a few things. We doing all right? Good? Yeah, just stretch, move your body a little bit. I'm thinking about exercise. I've got a thing at my desk. I do a lot of editing. So my wife got me like an hourglass, and I flip it, and every time the sand runs out, I stand up and do 10 squats just at my desk. So I don't want to, you get worried about that. So everybody feeling okay? Right? Everybody remember where the bathroom is. Through those doors to the left. There's the biggest jug of water I've ever seen, not at a sporting event back there. If you need water, it's humongous. Got ice in it. But we got another speaker coming up. I don't want to get everybody too freaked out, or don't leave. You can feel free to take a seat. Or not. All right. So our next presenter, who's going to introduce the coming speaker, First Light Home Care. Sorry. Lynn Carteris, I'm mixing up. She has a wonderful podcast called The First Light of Care. It's delightful. I highly recommend it. Available on YouTube, Spotify, everywhere podcasts are available. I'm going to just bring her right on. Seems like everybody's kind of up and leaving. Should we wait a minute? Yeah, let's wait a minute. We're going to take like a quick 2-minute, 3-minute break. Everybody use the bathroom, do what you got to do. Come back. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey, Angela.
I don't like my job security.
All right.
Not a good story.
We'll get started here. What was that? Yeah, First Light Home Care. Yeah, I got the mic. Go ahead. Yeah, right. Okay, everybody, please make your way back to your seats. We can get this thing rolling. Plenty of time. We got all day to check out the booths and talk and do your thing. Just make your way back to your seat. We've got a speaker just dying to tell you some great stuff. I'm actually really excited about the next speaker. Okay, I want to reintroduce our next presenter, a platinum sponsor, a new friend of mine, Lynn Carteris of First Light Home Care. She has a wonderful podcast. Please check it out, the First Light of Care podcast. Lynn Carteris, very inquisitive, lovely host. I'm very glad to have you. She's going to introduce our next speaker. Put your hands together. Give her a round of applause. Make her feel good. All right. I'm going to hold this. I'm going to clip this on you. You just hold it? Oh, there you go. How about that?
Okay,
Double duty.
fun.
Have fun.
Okay. George, do I wait? Oh. Do what video? You're talking to me? Okay. Okay, here you and I are on here.
So it's a platform, it's a digital platform where we communicate, and I describe it like this. If you imagine a Venn diagram, you've got three circles. In the first circle, you've got brain health. In the next circle, you've got longevity and health span. In that third circle, you've got emerging technologies. Where these circles intersect, right? That's where we live. That's where Brain Meets Bites finds its purpose, right? To basically, again, shine a light on these technologies and to help folks that are developing these technologies bring them to light in a way that reaches everybody. One of the things that we're really focused on, and when I say we, I mean myself and my partner Rebecca, we focus on making sure that as all of these great innovations come forward, that they're available to everybody.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lynn Carteris, and I co-own First Light Home Care with my husband, Jim. And we do have our podcast that comes out every other Friday called The Light of Care. It is strictly senior care people talking about what they do, whether it's a financial planner or another home care agency or home health. We let everybody speak. So it's on YouTube. When you have a minute, take a peek at it. It's really fun. Anyways, I have the pleasure today of introducing Kezia Dotton, who you just saw we interviewed a while ago. And Kezia Dotton is first and foremost the proud father of Cyrus and Lexi, a role that continues to shape both his personal and professional purpose. I'm honored to introduce him, one of my favorite people. He is the CEO and co-founder of, Chiron, a global consultancy dedicated to helping organizations navigate the future of aging, brain health, longevity, and human-centered innovation. He is also the co-founder of Brain Meets Bites, a thought leadership platform exploring the convergence of neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies that are transforming the future of human health and healthy aging. As a Geron technologist, wow, AI ethicist, and internationally recognized thought leader, he brings a rare cross-disciplinary perspective shaped by executive leadership in both the technology sector and more than 2 decades of experience in aging services, senior living, and memory care. He is also the founder and executive director of the Rosemary Rabbit Foundation, a nonprofit inspired by his years of working alongside children and older adults living with dementia. Through the foundation, its educational programs, and his award-winning children's book, Rosemary Rabbit and Grandpa Hopper, A Tale of Love and Dementia. He is helping foster greater understanding of dementia while promoting meaningful connections across generations. Based in Roseville, California, Key is a Rotarian, so am I, writer, mentor, and advocate for a future where innovation, compassion, and human connection advance together. Please welcome Key.
We good? All right, good morning. And Lynn, thank you for that great introduction. So being a tech guy, I've got my tech right here, my little speaker notes, right? But also being a tech guy, I've got my backup notes in hard copy right here. All right, thank you. So before we get started, I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, what a great event. Thank you all for being here today. And a huge thank you to the folks who make this happen. So first of all, I want to say thank you to the Belmont Redwood Shores Rotary Club. Let's hear it for them. They do great work year round, but this is one of the great events that they support every year. And to the committee members, and I've been proud to be part of that committee, but we call it HAWS, the Health and Wellness Education Series group. I'll tell you what, this event is going to end, and in about a week after we all catch our breath, we'll be planning next year's event. So these are a group of folks who work year round. So if any committee members are here, please just stand up and let us just thank you for putting this together. And then I also just want to give, before I get going, I know guys, I haven't even started yet, but I want to acknowledge somebody very special. For 10 years, this event has been going on, and this was the force behind this is an amazing human being, Patricia Maxwell. So she's back there, I think. So huge round of applause for Patricia, because this would not be here if it wasn't for Patricia. Excellent. All right. So let's just start with a few questions. All right. How many of you, and I want you to raise your hands high if any of this resonates with you. How many of you remember rotary phones and using rotary phones? Raise your hand. Look at all those hands. All right. And how many of you remember when television was black and white? A lot of hands. All right. How many of you remember writing letters instead of sending emails? Okay. Yellow pages? Look at all those hands. All right. How many of you remember using paper maps to get to where you wanted to go? Fantastic. All right. Who remembers their first microwave? Good hands. All right. Finally, who remembers their first personal computer? A lot of hands out there. Awesome. So look at that. We have an audience that is not afraid of change. You guys have mastered change. So give yourselves a round of applause for mastering all that change throughout your lives, right? Because some of what I'm going to talk about today is change. And so if we remember that along our lives, there have been things that we've encountered that change the way we live. Again, look at how we approach those things. We learned them, we mastered them, and we've moved on. And that's kind of where we're at today. So now I'm going to do something else. Whoops. There we go, right direction. Now I'm going to ask you to help me with another little exercise here. I want you to, you can close your eyes. If you're worried about the person next to you tickling you, you can just go ahead and picture this in your head. But I want you to imagine that it's the year 2040 and you just woke up, okay? And as you're waking up, the environment, your home, has recognized that your sleep was just not as good as you've been getting. So your home has recorded the sleep that you got that night. And also, as you get out of bed, the home automatically adjusts the lighting so that you make your way to the bathroom in the morning without tripping or falling, right? And so it just adjusts the light for you. You don't have to do anything about it. And as you're in the bathroom and you're brushing your teeth, there's sensors in the mirror, and it's checking your blood pressure, right? So you're getting your blood checked while you're brushing your teeth. And later on, you're done, you're drinking your coffee, not too soon after brushing your teeth, but you're drinking your coffee, right? And a voice in your dining room or in your kitchen is giving you the news, a little bit of update. You're getting a summary of the weather. You get reminded that later that afternoon, it's going to be your granddaughter's birthday party. And you now have an idea of how your day is going to go. Later on, as you're driving towards your granddaughter's birthday party, you get a little alert that your doctor's office has noticed some little changes. There's nothing wrong, but there's some little changes. And so they are letting you know that the doctor would love to see you in their office next Tuesday. And you get a choice to say, yes, I can make it or not next Tuesday at 3 p.m. And then you get to your granddaughter's birthday party, right? And you're doing all this while you're living a very independent, high quality level of life. So here's the thing. Some of those things that I just described are already happening now and others are on their way. And so the future is already beginning. And so the question is not whether or not it's coming, right? The question is, how do we make sure that that future serves all of us? And so that's what I'd like to explore today. Okay, so we are going through what I call kind of a revolutionary time, right? The area of new longevity. Each generation has seen major changes throughout their time. My grandparents lived through a time where electricity became more prevalent and accessible, right? Because not every place had electricity. My parents grew up in an era where television reshaped society. My own generation, we grew up and saw the internet change the world and how we communicate and how we're connected. And so for my children, what I see them going through, the major changes, not only living longer lives, but redefining what it means to grow old. So today we're not just redefining aging, we're extending life. And so for the first time in human history, retirement is not just the final chapter. It's going to become an entirely new stage of life. One where you can explore new interests, one where you can tackle that hobby that you never got a chance to tackle. You can mentor young people. You can explore things now. So again, we're going to be changing how folks enter that stage of life. And so one of the things that I talk about, you hear a lot these days that a word, which is longevity. And for me, it's not about longevity, it's about health span. It's not adding extra years to the end of your life, but it's making sure that those are quality years. And so a lot of times I like to use the term health span. And the whole goal is that we're heading towards an era where people will be more independent. They'll be able to pursue their sense of purpose and ultimately be able to enjoy connections with one another, with folks that are important in their lives. And technology is going to help us get there. But why is all of this happening now? Hold on, we got a call coming in. There we go. All right, so why is this happening now? We're going through a what I call a convergence of innovation. So there's 5 revolutions that are happening at the same time. You've got artificial intelligence, which we'll get into, brain science. Let's get this clicker to work here. Wearable technology, precision medicine, and robotics and smart homes. So first of all, why is everybody suddenly talking about AI? It's not just AI. Yes, I know when you drive down 101, it's hard to find a billboard that doesn't have the word AI on it. But it's much, much more than that, right? So you've got wearables, brain science, precision medicine. For example, precision medicine is basically being able to tailor medicine and treatment to the individual rather than one size fits all. The way that I look at it is, think about your smartphones, right? Look at your smartphones. Your smartphones, yes, you can make calls on your smartphones. But on your smartphones, you can use it to tell you where to go using GPS. You can look at your bank statements, right? You can get alerts on your health. There's so much that we get out of our smartphones. And so basically, it's that integration of information that makes that smartphone so valuable, right? So it is, again, the integration of all of these things that are going to change how we age and have us live healthier lives. So we're going to get into all of these things in a little bit more detail here in just a second. So first of all, we've reached an inflection point. For the first time in history, yes, people are living longer and technology is becoming more personal. Um, Typically, what has happened in the past is healthcare was happening during a point of crisis. We would wait for a moment of crisis before we would go and get checked out. You know what? We're living our life. All of a sudden, something happens. We go to the ER. Now we're following up with our doctor to see what happened and what we can do about it. One of the things that we're going to start to see is various technologies are going to be able to detect. Uh, they're going to be able to detect these things a little bit earlier. So the shift is going to go from prevention and then to personalization. So the way that I look at it is this: as these different technologies that I'm going to talk about today happen, I view it like your car dashboard, right? You know, when you're driving your car and all of a sudden the check engine light comes on, or you've got that little alert that tells you that you might want to check your tires because something might be running flat. Same thing is going to be happening here, right? We're going to get little alerts to let us know that, hey, something might be happening. You might want to jump on it and go see your doctor before this thing gets worse, right? And so again, there's so many different ways that these technologies are changing us. One of the examples that I like to give when I talk about, you know, going into an era of proactive care and prevention, some really, really smart people just down the road over at Google and through their DeepMind project, they partnered with the folks over at the VA and also with some very smart folks at Stanford. And they've developed basically a device that allows us to detect kidney failure 48 hours before it happens. So when you're in the hospital and you've got some major acute kidney situation going on, they're able to detect kidney failure 48 hours before it happens. That's an example of where we're headed. It's going to be these technologies that are going to help us jump on things earlier and catch them before those crises happen. So let's talk about, again, one of the words that I've already used a few times, and we'll start off with that. But a lot of times these days we're talking about AI. So what is AI? All right. Here's the thing. A lot of times when we talk about AI, we think about Arnold Schwarzenegger, we think about the Terminator movies, and we think about robots and computers taking over the world. And that's not happening yet. It might, but it's not happening yet, all right? Here's what AI is. It is a fast pattern recognition assistant. AI is nothing more than computers that can detect patterns, and they can do it a lot faster than we can. At the end of the day, it is a pattern detecting device. And it's already in our daily lives. When we are using our GPS and maps and it's telling us a better route to take because traffic is piling up somewhere, that's AI. When we're writing an email and all of a sudden the email predicts or suggests a different word to use or a different sentence to utilize, that's predictive AI. You turn on your television, you put on Netflix, and it suggests shows that you might like. That's in essence AI doing what it does. At the end of the day, it's there to help us make more informed decisions. And notice that I said help us, not replace us. So AI is at its best when it augments human intelligence and not replaces human judgment. It's going to be there to support us and not replace the people that care for us. In healthcare, it's going to be detecting patterns earlier, kind of like what I discussed a little while ago about the kidney. And ultimately, we need to remember that people provide compassion and AI doesn't replace human care. At the very beginning, Lynn mentioned that I am first and foremost Cirrus and Lexi's dad. I do want to stop here and say that my son Cirrus is here today and he's helping out. He's also our kind of photographer taking pictures. And he's actually sitting right over there. So can we embarrass him real quick and just give him a round of applause for his help? Now, I'm mentioning him also because we have a lot of very animated conversations about AI and whether it's good or bad. He's got very strong feelings about it. He's actually convinced me about some things. And so again, in other environments, I go into much more detail about AI. Lynn mentioned that I'm an AI ethicist. We talk about the ethical ramifications of AI. And again, that's a bigger conversation. I'm happy to answer those questions later. Today, my focus really is just on the way that AI has the potential to help us, right? And so where is AI helping today? So it's already changing healthcare. It is, let me change this here. It is basically, first of all, it's not replacing our doctors. That's not going to happen. We need the Dr. Iotis of the world. But it's becoming another tool, just like their stethoscope, just like an MRI, just like a CAT scan machine. AI is simply another tool to help our clinicians provide good care for us. It's helping them do what they already do, but in many cases more quickly, more accurately, and ultimately with more information at their disposal. So let's talk about medical imaging, for example. It's like a second set of eyes that never get tired. When you're that radiologist that is having to review, let's say, 100 different images and scans that were taken that day, AI is going to be there to be that extra set of eyes and say, you know what, you may have missed something, or you might want to pay a little bit of attention here. So AI is not going to make the diagnosis. It's not going to suggest the course of treatment, but it is going to suggest to that trained clinician, hey, you might want to pay extra attention to this little area right here. Let's talk about medication safety checks, right? AI will be able to take a look at all of your medication, look at your health records, and it might be able to see when there might be some kind of like situation where one medication really shouldn't be prescribed with the other. Now, our pharmacists and our doctors have typically been aware of that, and at the end of the day, it's going to be them to make those decisions. But as I said earlier, AI, for example, is going to help monitor that and raise alarms and raise alerts based on some of the latest information that's out there and what it learns about you and what medications you're being given, and let them know that you might need something different. And then the other thing is it's going to give our physicians and our clinicians one of the most precious gifts, and that is time. You know, it's interesting. I remember last few years I've been going through some medical things myself, and so I've been seeing the doctor a little bit more frequently. Now, my doctor, she's amazing. Dr. Goldberg, oh my gosh, she's so good. And I remember sometimes, you know, going in to see Dr. Goldberg, and when I would go in there and see her, you know, she would come into the room, we'd chat a little bit, but the whole time we're talking, she's in front of her computer and she's typing away, right? And she's asking me questions, but the whole time she's typing. Somewhere in the last couple of years, I remember going in, and she comes in, and before she came in, her nurse said, oh, by the way, we might be utilizing AI for your visit today. It's going to help the doctor record the conversation. Are you okay with that? Now, have you guys experienced any of that? Has anybody experienced that when they got to see, right? And all of a sudden, Dr. Goldberg comes in, and she wasn't at the computer, right? She's just sitting there talking to me. We had a great conversation. Now, we always did in the past, but now she's looking at me. We're making eye contact. We're having really good conversations. It's changed the way that I experience my doctor visits, right? And the entire time, the AI is recording those notes. It's putting them into the electronic health record. And then later on, Dr. Goldberg will go back and review them to make sure it accurately captured what the conversation was, but it's there to assist her, and it's giving her more time. So at the end of the day, she can spend more quality time with her patients rather than just doing a lot of administrative tasks, right? So those are the kinds of ways that I view AI helping us when it comes to healthcare. So again, let's talk about another place where healthcare happens, and that's going to be in our homes. So the analogy that I gave you at 2040, again, we started off in the home. How are we creating more intelligent homes? First of all, most people want to age in place at home, and hopefully people can stay at home as long as they can. When they can't, there are some amazing folks out there that do provide care. A lot of them are here today, and then there's a lot of folks like our friend Anita over here who can find you, help you find that place. But ultimately, people's main goal is to try to stay home as long as they possibly can and be independent. And the technologies that are coming our way are going to allow us to do that. So smart homes, for example, will be able to help reduce falls. There'll be systems in there to help control lights, adjust lights, give you medication reminders. They might remind you that you left the stove on. They may detect how you are moving and walking. They'll detect changes in gait and alert somebody that you might be more of a fall risk, right? You may have a family member get an alert in the middle of the night saying, you know what, mom went to the bathroom like she usually does around 2:30 in the morning, but this time the light's been left on. Now, maybe mom forgot to turn off that light, or maybe mom had an accident, she's on the floor and can't call for help. So again, these are the different ways that our intelligent homes will be able to help care for us and keep an eye on us, right? And just be that extra set of helping hands, as I like to call them, so that our families and ourselves will have peace of mind. So it's peace of mind for our families, it's peace of mind for ourselves, living in environments that are going to help us, again, age better, remain independent, and remain at home longer. Now, let's talk about the brain. And this is one of the areas that I talk about quite a bit and one of the things that gets me most excited. Let's talk about the future of brain health. First of all, we are shifting from diagnosis to prevention. As we get more information, as there's more data that's being collected about us and our brain and the health of our brain, we're going to be able to intervene sooner rather than waiting again for those moments of crisis that I mentioned earlier. We used to wait until signs showed up. Oh, somebody's speech patterns are changing. They're starting to forget things, right? And then they'd see the doctor and then they'd get some tests done. But now with things like blood biomarkers, AI, wearable tech, which we'll get into in a little bit, speech analysis, sleep monitoring, we're going to get alerts. Things will be noticed. Remember I talked about patterns earlier? Those patterns will be captured and we'll be able to intervene earlier, giving us more time to potentially do something about what's happening. One of the things that I like to say is that again, with the help of technologies like AI, like these other devices that I'm going to be talking about here in a little bit, we're going to develop a personalized brain story. And the way that I frame it is, it's kind of like a brain passport. You know, over time, as data is captured about us and how we're living our life and how our brain is functioning, that information is being captured almost like a diary. So that when you go see the doctor and the doctor says, oh, how have you been sleeping? You know, it used to be, well, I think I'm sleeping okay, but guess what? Now you've got information that actually captures how you've been sleeping. One of the things that I talk about is, and you see these two images that I've got here, the image of the brain there, what that represents is it represents a digital twin of our brain. So when I talk about the future of healthcare and what these technologies are going to do, you know, every single day right now that we're living our lives, there's information that's being captured about us. Show of hands, how many people have had a conversation with somebody, let's say, oh, I don't know, about a trip to Hawaii, and then the next time you go on your computer or your social media, all of a sudden you see ads coming at you for, you know, about Hawaii, right? We're all experiencing that. So that kind of stuff is happening. Every single day, information, whether we want it or not, is being captured about us. The route that we take to get to work, right? The choices that we make, where we shop, where we like to go grocery shopping, what are the things that we buy? You know, do we tend to buy more junk food? Do we tend to buy more healthy foods? When we go to that Italian restaurant, what is it that we ordered, right? That information is captured on the receipt. You know, we don't know it, but every single day, so much information and data is being captured about us, right? So imagine a child being born today where from very, very early on, so much of their life's choices and decisions and actions are being captured. Well, by the time they get towards their later years, right, there will be a digital twin of their brain. What does that mean? That means that there is enough information captured about that individual that you can simulate their brain and the kinds of choices that they make and the way that they think, so that, God forbid, if that person gets to a point where they've developed, let's say, dementia, and they can no longer advocate for themselves, right? They can no longer make decisions for themselves. They've got other people making those choices. And I know that the healthcare professionals that are both here and outside, they deal with that all the time. Many times when somebody's been placed in their care and they've got dementia, you've got a loved one who's been given that power of attorney to decide whether or not mom would like this or mom would like that. Well, again, when we get to that era of digital twins of our brains, you can designate your digital twin to make decisions for you if you can no longer advocate for yourself. Now, we can have a huge debate about whether that's scary or whether that's really cool, right? And that remains to be seen. But the reality is that that technology and that ability is coming our way. The other picture you see there, so basically you see something that's really small on the end of somebody's finger, right? That is a brain-computer interface. Now that was developed, that exists today. So when we talk about the future being here, it is here. That was developed by some really, really smart people at Georgia Tech, working with some amazing researchers in South Korea. And that thing that you see on the edge of their finger is a little device that gets implanted in one of the follicles of hair on your head. It's that small. And when they place that, that device will actually connect to your brain. It captures brain signals, and it will allow you to connect with your computer or some other computerized interface just by thinking about it. So let's look at this. Right now, as I've been talking to you, I've got my cool little digital notes here, right, to remind me what to say to you. Every once in a while, I'm stopping to kind of scroll up. If I had one of those, I could just think it and it would happen. All right, so where does that fit in from a healthcare and aging standpoint? Think about that individual who maybe has had some situations happen where they're now in a wheelchair, right? Think about that individual who might be a quadriplegic. So imagine them now being able to interact with the world around them just by their thoughts, right? Now, we all saw how Stephen Hawking did the amazing things he did, right? We've all heard, you know, the computer voice of Stephen Hawking. Imagine Stephen Hawking living in a world where he had access to something like that and what he could have done. This is the future that we're going into. And as I said, this already exists. So the future is here now. A lot of these things that I'm talking about rely on data. Data is gold. And so where is that data coming from? It's coming from, and again, we'll get into the devices in a little bit, but what it's coming from is it's basically, well, actually, let me back up. As we gather this data, we're going to be engaging in an era of predictive and preventive medicine. So we go away from treating disease to identifying risks. I look at it this way, right? 100 years ago, you know how we could tell if it was going to be raining that day? We'd step outside and we'd get wet, right? Today, we know based on data and technology that a hurricane's coming our way, and we have a good idea about where it's going to hit. We know that tornadoes are coming, and we can send alerts out to let people know to get to safety. Well, again, the data that's going to be captured about our health will be able to help us do the same thing. It's going to help us get to safety or treatment faster rather than waiting for that crisis to hit. So it's an early warning system. And the greatest gift that we get from that is more time to act rather than wait until it's too late to act. So to me, the future of medicine is not going to be about predicting every illness, but it's going to be about recognizing meaningful changes while there's still time to act. And it's wearables that are going to make this possible. So your next healthcare partner may be on your wrist, or it may be on your feet. Watches used to do mainly one thing, and that is tell time. Now, if there's any retired, let's say pilots in the room, I know you guys know that, you know, watches used to help us with a little bit more than that, but for the most time, they would help us tell time. Today, our watches help us not only track time, they'll track our heart rate, how we slept, how many steps we took that day, and our activity level. So the watch isn't treating disease, but it's paying attention to our health. I'm going to give a couple of examples of myself. So I've got an Apple Watch right here. The first Apple Watch that I got, I remember that it was actually during the pandemic. My son and I had gone out for a bike ride, and out where we live, there's a lot of rural areas. And so we took our bikes out and we were on a trail and we were going really fast. Now, back then, I don't know about today, but back then I was ahead of him. I was going faster than he was. And again, the old man wanted to show the kid how it's done, so I went kind of fast. And I took the curve, right? And I took the curve a little fast. So I went from showing off to getting a little embarrassed as my bike went one way and I went the other, and I was flying through the air. No sooner had I landed than my watch said, "You've had a fall. I'm about to call your emergency contacts in 911. Now, I was okay enough to say, no, please don't, I'll be more embarrassed. I'm already embarrassed in front of him. But that's what my watch captured. Now, fast forward to 2 future generations of the watch. By the way, it's really funny how you're always involved in these situations. So I had come back from a work trip, and my son and I were going to go up to Seattle for a father-son weekend. We were going to go see an amazing concert, a live show. If you guys have never been to Seattle, by the way, go to a place called Demetrius Jazz Alley. It's one of the best places to see live music. So we had tickets to go see a show up there. And I got back from the trip. We go to the airport up in Sacramento. It was late. Our flight was really delayed. And we thought we were going to land in Seattle and grab a late night meal, but at this point we were going to get really, really late. So we go to a restaurant in the airport. I won't name them, but I hate them, because we got some food that was really terrible. And shortly thereafter, I started not feel so good. And I thought, man, did I get food poisoning? So we get on the flight, and we're on our way up. And the further we got, I was feeling worse and worse and worse. Throughout that weekend, boy, I just felt horrible. I couldn't walk from here to the other side of that room without getting out of breath. Now, I've been in healthcare for a while, and I should have known that something's wrong. I did know something was wrong, but I should have said, hey, let's go to the ER. But I promised him a great weekend, and I didn't want to ruin it. And being a guy, we can be kind of stubborn. I said, no, I'm going to power through this, right? In fact, I think one morning I said, hey, let's go to the gym. I could just walk it off and get some exercise, which we did. Anyway, we got back home, and I was feeling even worse. So badly that I remember letting my wife know, hey, when we get there, I'm going to give them to you, and I got to go to the hospital. And I went straight to the hospital. When I got to the hospital, because of all my travels and everything, people thought, man, maybe it's like a blood clot or something. They thought it was heart related. Now, I just turned 50 about a month earlier. And back then I was running 6 miles every day. I'd never felt better in my life. I thought, man, if this is aging, bring it on. A month later, I'm feeling horrible. So they said, well, let's check it out. Everybody thought it might be the heart. So they even had me take a stress test. Like, no, your heart is absolutely healthy. But in the process of doing what they were doing, they took some images and they saw that my diaphragm was elevated and it had crushed my right lung. And later on, when we did more tests, we found out that I have something called phrenic nerve palsy. Basically, the nerve that goes from the brain that tells your diaphragm to go up and down, which helps you breathe in and breathe out, right? That had stopped working. And because it stopped working, the diaphragm's natural state is to be up. It had crushed my lung. And I was basically working off of about one lung. Why am I sharing the story? Well, here's the thing. In the process of going to these doctors and getting checked out and seeing what I needed to do, by the time I got to the thoracic surgeon and we were trying to figure out how to kind of help me out, I got an alert from my watch on my phone. And it said, by the way, Key, I have noticed that your breathing patterns have changed, right? You might want to go see a doctor about that. Now, at that point, I had already realized something was going on. But here's the thing, when we looked at it, and I showed my doctor, in fact, he wanted to get published about this because it was the first time he had seen it. My watch captured to the day, literally the day that I immediately had a situation and my breathing had changed, and it alerted me. Now that's technology from a couple of years ago, and it let me know. Imagine as I'm talking now, as I'm sharing with you what these wearables will do, they'll be able to let us know even earlier that something is happening so that we can seek treatment sooner. So that's the experience that I had. At the end of the day, these devices are catching trends. They're building what I call a digital health diary, letting us know how our health has been. This is information that we can access. This is information that our health partners can access. And so as we move into the future, these devices will be even less intrusive. And I want to just say this, more data doesn't automatically mean it's better, right? You know, more is not always better, but it should inform, not alarm, right? And that's why your healthcare team remains essential. Again, when I talk about tech, I'm not trying to take the human element out of it. I'm just talking about how technology will help us, but it'll help us become better partners in our own healthcare. And so data informs, our clinicians interpret. The other image that you see on the screen there, that's called the Nike Mind. So, you know, a lot of times when we think of wearables, we think about watches, or some people have those Oura rings, right? That is a shoe that just got released earlier this year by Nike. And what the Nike Mind shoe does is it basically taps into the mechanoreceptors in our feet to help us be more focused and help us be more alert in our minds. So when we talk about wearables, these are some of the really cool things that are coming our way. In fact, my son goes to the University of Oregon. The next time I go up to school to visit him, I'm going to try some of those on, and I'll come back and let you guys know how those are. But I've been hearing really cool things about them. All right, so what about robotics? Are robots going to care for us? How many remember that character? Right? We all thought about that world that we would live in where we'd have a Rosie that could help us out. And then we think about robots helping us out, and sometimes we see this image. And then sometimes we might think about that image, and I'll get into what those are. Robots and robotics are going to help us and assist us. They're not going to replace other humans, right? They're going to handle chores and repetitive tasks. One of the things that Dr. Ayati was talking about was we don't have enough caregivers, right, to help the global aging population that we have. Here's an opportunity for robotics to help us out. Again, not replace the human, but at least make up for the fact that there may be a shortage of caregivers and assistants, right? Those are the ways that robots will help us. They'll be able to handle everyday chores. They can help us in support of recovery, help us maintain independence, and at the end of the day, protect human relationships. Because when you've got robots doing some of the work, that gives you more time to do what you need to do. I'll give you an example. I was working with a group out of Japan called Sompo. And Sompo is not only one of the largest insurance providers in Japan, but in Japan, insurance providers can also be providers of care. And so they were also one of the largest owners of senior living facilities throughout Japan. And when I met with them, they said, Key, here's the thing. We don't have the immigration system that you have here in the US. It's a lot harder to come to Japan and live and work there. And so we have an aging population and we don't have enough young people to care for them. And so we needed to figure out how can we provide better care. So they used data and robotics to be able to basically provide care for those things that it didn't need a human, so that their caregivers could actually spend more time with the people whose care they were entrusted with. They did this study, and what they found was the amount of time that their caregivers had to spend doing proper one-on-one care with the residents that they cared for tripled, right? It gave them more time. So when I talk about robotics, that's one of the things I'm excited about. Again, it's not to replace humans, it's to give us more time to have human contact while the robot, the machine, does the menial work that we don't need to be tasked with. And I will say this, all these things won't be happening all at once. The future arrives gradually, not immediately. But that third picture that I talked about, so again, we can all envision Rosie, we can see that picture in the middle, but the picture on the end there, that is a nano robot. That is robotics that they'll be able to inject into our bloodstream, that we'll be able to go to our body. And so earlier when I talked about personalized medicine, it can go to a specific area in our body that needs care, and it might be able to cut and snip and address some situation and help us out in that manner. So when I talk about robotics, it's not just those first couple of images, it's the little ways that robots will be able to get into our bodies and help us and provide care for us and help us be healthier. So let's talk about human connection. Because I've been talking a lot about technology, and I do a lot of the times when I go around and I'm talking especially to experts in the field, I have much higher level conversations about tech, and we get into the nuts and the bolts and all that other stuff. But it's also important, especially for a guy like me who's really into tech, to stop once in a while and talk about the human connection. I believe one of the greatest threats to healthy aging isn't a lack of technology, it's loneliness, it's isolation. And so one of the things is that we know that loneliness is a major health risk. It's been something that's been discussed a lot. I know, in fact, we're very blessed for those who live in San Mateo County. San Mateo County has been one of the leaders in the nation to address social isolation and the impact it has on health. But one of the things is that when I talk about technology, I want things like technology to create more connection. There's another thing that I like to talk about that has nothing to do with technology, and that is human interaction. One of the things that was mentioned about me is the book that I wrote to introduce dementia to kids. I worked for a long time in an environment that allowed me to see intergenerational connection. I got to see young kids come and work with our seniors, especially those with dementia. And that individual who had dementia, who didn't engage a whole lot, who wasn't very interactive, lit up when the kids would walk into the room. I had kids who may have some learning disabilities that didn't talk a whole lot, that all of a sudden sit together with a senior and they're working an activity together, and I see that kid beaming and talking in a way that they didn't, when they're back at school, right? So even though I talk a lot about technology, I always like to pause and talk about the importance of human connection and why we should utilize these technologies to help us have more human connection. Because at the end of the day, it's not that robot, it's not that machine, it's not that data that's going to make our lives better. It's what all those things will do, which is to give us more human connection time. You know, one of the things that I discuss sometime is, and again, there's a slide that I haven't brought with me today, but it's an image of a grandfather, right, who is utilizing some AI-driven tool to help their granddaughter with homework. And at the end of the day, when that granddaughter gets older, it's not the AI they remember, it's the time with their grandfather that they're going to remember. And so for me, when I talk about tech and I talk about all these things, again, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but there's a reason why I keep repeating myself. It's that human connection and time with one another that all these things should help us get. So I like to just always pause and talk about those things. And I also like to talk a little bit about, let me turn off this call that's coming through there. I also like to talk a little bit about responsible use of technology and the things that we need to be careful of. There's a lot of benefits that come from these technologies, but there's also reasons to maybe not be as excited, or at least let's just say this, to be cautious. You know, things like electricity, the automobile, internet, they all made our lives better, but we had to learn how to use them safely. So the same applies to these things that I'm talking about today. The reality is that AI can be wrong. It is not perfect and it is not fallible. There's different things that we need to be having conversations about. And I urge everybody here to get involved in these conversations because, again, we all need to be partners in this. For example, privacy, right? We have to protect our privacy. I talked a little while ago about the fact that there's data that we're putting out there every day, whether we want it or not, that's being captured about us. But we need to be having good conversations as a society about how that data is used. We need to be discussing ways where that data cannot be used against us, okay? And I will say this, unfortunately, that's a conversation that's not happening enough in this nation. Japan, over a decade ago, put together a digital bill of rights for their population. And in fact, they were so ahead of it that they've already amended it 6 or 7 years later. Europe is not that far behind. Here in the US, we haven't even addressed that yet. How many people heard here, first of all, how many people here utilized 23andMe? Good amount of hands just went up. So here's the thing, when 23andMe sold and was going out of business, what was the big debate everybody had? Well, wait a minute, what's happening to all that data that you captured about me and my genetics, right? These are conversations that we need to be having more and more. It turns out that that little disclaimer that you agreed to at the beginning didn't really carry a lot of weight, and now we're in this digital no man's land, right? So we need to protect our privacy because if we don't have these conversations, then people will not be willing to utilize these technologies that I'm talking about today, right? And all of a sudden they'll be missing out on those benefits because they're worried about what that technology that data will be used against them. The other thing is we got to learn about AI scams. Again, we got to be informed, right? I know just a few weeks ago here in the Bay Area, there was something in the news about somebody who was a senior citizen in I think maybe in San Francisco, received a call that sounded like their grandchild who was in distress. I mean, it matched that individual's voice perfectly, and it said, "Oh my goodness, if you don't send me money right now, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. So can you please send some money?" Right? There's scams that are happening out there. So one of the things that I talk about is pause, verify, and ask questions. Right? If you get a call like that, don't act right away. Call a number that you know is familiar and call that person and say, "Did you just call me?" Right? Ask questions, ask for help. There is nothing wrong with asking for help, right? If you go to your bank because you got a call that something happened at your bank, go up to that teller, go up to that branch manager and say, "Hey, this is why I'm here. I got a call. What do you think?" Ask for help. So again, pause, verify, and ask for help because there's some amazing things that are happening as I've been talking about, but we have to be good stewards and users of these technologies. And what I always like to say is at the end of the day, understanding beats fear. Let's not be afraid of these things. Let's understand them. Let's understand ways that we can use these things and how we can interact with them so that we can get the most advantage out of these things. The future doesn't belong to people who fear technology. It belongs to people who understand it. All right. So a couple of things looking ahead. First of all, what excites me about the future of aging? when I think about the future, I don't. It's not just about computers becoming smarter. I get excited because I see grandparents spending more time with their families, and I see caregivers receiving more support. You know, the future is going to arrive one innovation at a time. We're going to have continuous partnership with our healthcare providers. We're going to be privileged to have personalized medicine. Again, not a one-size-fits-all, but medicine that is tailored to our bodies, how we process certain medications, and the things that we will respond to. It's going to serve us to have better lives. And ultimately, it's going to be there to expand our best years, right? The technology is not the destination. Better lives are the destination. And the technology is just a vehicle to help us get there. And that's the future that I hope we're building. Now, the most important technology is you. And what do I mean by that? At the end of the day, people matter most. So stay curious, stay connected, and have a sense of purpose. It's funny, you know, I was listening to Dr. Ayati, and you know, we're always very aligned on these things. And he said it best, right? Learn something new, right? Get out there, get engaged, push yourself to explore, mentor younger generations. I challenge everybody, try one new technology, learn one new skill, spend time with people you love. At the end of the day, technology extends life, but it's purpose that gives that life meaning. So here's a question. How many of you today have learned something that you didn't know before? Good. Your brain did just exactly what it's designed to do. It learned. And at the end of the day, it's kindness, curiosity, purpose, and love that make those extra years worth living. So how many people today have their cell phones with them? Good. Here's what I want you to do. Later today, not while our speakers are speaking, I want you to take that cell phone out. I want you to bring up your contacts. I want you to select a family member, a friend, a neighbor. And I want you to send that person a text or give them a call. Tell them something about you that they didn't know before. Or tell them something about them and why they matter to you and what you appreciate about them. And I'm going to challenge all of you to do that later today. And when you do that, not if, because I'm an optimist, when you do that, you'll be doing exactly what the goal of my conversation here was today, which is I want to get you excited about technology. But at the end of the day, you're going to be using technology in that moment to foster human connection. So that's my challenge to all of you. All right, so thank you so much. I'm going to pause right there and give us a little bit of time for questions. We've got, I think, about 5 minutes for questions. Question right there. Yes.
As you know, there's a lot of physicians now who are using robotics with surgeries.
Mm-hmm.
How do you, as a patient, determine, for example, they're using this with lung surgery. How do you determine if you go to one surgeon and they say, yes, this is the technology we're using, and then you go to another surgeon and you ask, and they say, no, I prefer to do it on my own. How do you make a determination?
That's a really good question. And let me tell you something. When I give you guys the answer, I promise I didn't plant her in the audience. And so thank you for the question. So first of all, let me repeat it, especially for those who are live streaming. The question is, when it comes to robotics, and if you go see a physician who says, hey, I've got this robotic device that I use to treat you, versus a physician who says, no, I do it on my own, how do you make a good informed decision? All right, great question. So first, here's the thing. And I'm going to use myself as an example. So that's why I said it's almost like I planted you in the audience. So I told you guys earlier about that situation that I had personally. So when I went and I found my thoracic surgeon, he's actually one of a handful that was trained on something called the Da Vinci machine. And what it is, if I had a picture of it, and I've used it in other presentations, it's this big device. First of all, they have to build a room just for that. And basically, I'm on the table. He's on the other side of the room on a computer screen controlling these 6 arms, right, of that robot, that Da Vinci machine. And so they went through 6 different spots in my torso and went in robotically and sewed my diaphragm back down, right, to keep it in place to give this lung room to start working again and I got about 40% of my lung back. It's made a huge difference. That's why I can talk to you right now without getting out of breath. Okay? But your question is, how did I know that that's the right way to go? Now, I'll tell you, for me, when I looked into it, these days there's a lot of good resources out there. So I went and I did a little bit of my own research. I saw that if I go that way, I'm gonna have a shorter recovery time. I gotta tell you that when I did that, 3 weeks later, I was back at work. If I'd gone the open chest way, I would have been out of commission for 3 months. But number one is I went out and I did a little bit of my own research. The other thing is it's okay to ask for second opinions, right? So, you know, we can go and talk to other doctors and say, hey, this is what I've been recommended. What do you think? One of the best partners in situations like that is your primary care physician, right? The journey that I went, I saw several different specialists, but at the end of the day, I always went back to my primary care doctor because Dr. Goldberg that I mentioned earlier, she knew me best, right? She'd already been caring for me for a while. So I trusted her and I went back to her and I said, Dr. Goldberg, this is what this other doctor is suggesting. What do you think? Where are places that I can go look? What do you suggest that I look at, right? So I say, make use of your healthcare partners, ask them where you should look, do some of your own research, and then at that point, we make the best decision that we can for ourselves. Thank you for that question. Another question right here.
How widely available
Hey,
and
excuse me?
accessible financial, both of them, okay.
Yep.
So how widely available and accessible do you think a lot of these technologies are going to be for the average person? Because I'm looking at the things that we're imagining and predicting for the future, and I think,
Yes.
gosh, that looks really expensive. Will I
Yes.
be able to afford that when I'm maybe not able to have Social Security when I'm older, living
Right.
on limited income?
So that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. It's actually funny you asked that because so in the business Chiron that I work with, the consulting that I do, when we talk about our mission, that is our primary area of focus is disparities and making sure that all these things that I talk about, that this future that I'm talking about is not just for the privileged few, that it's available to everybody. Now, we do not live in a perfect world yet. I'm an eternal optimist. But it takes folks like myself, the people that I work with, those in this room, the healthcare professionals that are here. There's some amazing people. And by the way, I have to say this, if you've not had a chance to go to the tables yet at lunchtime, please go visit these guys. They all do amazing work and they serve our seniors in this region in a phenomenal way. But it's the fact that we all have to be voices and advocates. So one of the things that I do is I work a lot with various levels of government, right? I work with local cities, I work with counties, I work with states, I work with nations. In September, I'm going to be at the United Nations talking about that very topic, okay? So we need to have that conversation because one of the things that I have seen throughout my career is a lot of times these innovations and these things are happening in silos. And we can't live in a world of silos. We've got to get people talking to each other. We need to have those conversations. We need people like you asking those questions, right? So, you know, am I going to sit here and tell you right now that all these things will be available to everybody? No, but that is my hope, right? And the best way we can do that is to put pressure. You know, Dr. Ayati did a great job earlier talking about how, you know, during presidential elections, right, we're not even talking about, you know, our aging world, and we should be, right? So it's incumbent upon us, every one of us, to force our leaders, whether they be business leaders, right, political leaders, to have this conversation. We can't act like this isn't happening. Again, I'm going to borrow from Dr. Ayati, that 2-year-old and that 2-day-old are already aging, right? So aging is happening to everybody. We need to make sure that everybody has access to those things.
I have one hopeful
Quick follow-up, yeah.
that insurers will
Amanda.
save money.
Amanda.
One hopeful thing to add is that insurers will save money on investing in prevention.
Uh-huh.
And so that's one of the, I think, financial mechanisms that you could take with you when you're having these conversations.
Absolutely. So let me touch on that. And again, just to make sure everybody heard her, you know, the insurance companies will be able to help because it's going to help them save money, make sure that we all have access to these things. And I agree with you. But here's an area where I'm also going to not push back, but this is where the advocate in me comes out, right? Which is the insurance companies also can take the data that's being collected about us and make decisions about us where they don't want to cover certain things. They may see us living a certain lifestyle. In fact, I'll give you a great example right now, right? The conversation that if you haven't heard about yet, you will soon. Most car manufacturers right now are putting computers in our cars that track everything that we do when we get in our cars. And they're selling that information to insurance companies right? Like our auto insurers, who can then drive up our rates based on how we're driving, and all that's being done without our permission, right? So all I'm saying is this: yes, you bring up a great point, and yes, there is a financial motivation for the insurance companies to do right, but there's also a way that they can use that against us, which goes back to what I said earlier. We all need to advocate, and one of the things that we as a society should be doing is pushing our leaders to put into place bills of rights, privacy bills of rights. We've got to protect our own data to make sure that it's used for good, not to be used against us. So great question, and you're right, but I also look at it from the other standpoint as well. Yes. One question over here. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like very much what you said about going from medication, or medicine is going from treating disease to preventing disease. But not all of the technology is new technology. In fact, there's an incredible result of a technology that was invented in the 17th century, 18th century maybe, which is vaccines.
Yes.
There's a great result that Dr. Eddy, who from Stanford, didn't talk about,
Right.
which is that Stanford researchers analyzed data from a shingles vaccine that was done in England or in Great Britain. There were several 100,000 people who had the vaccine, and in fact, some people 1 week before they were 80 had the vaccine. A week after they were 80, they did not have the vaccine, and yet there was a 20% decrease
Yes, sir.
in dementia.
Yeah. So I love this audience. These questions are fantastic. I mean, again, I swear I didn't pay all these folks. I love that question. And here's what I would say. First of all, I agree with you. And honestly, the word that immediately comes to my mind, which we need more of, and honestly, this one word, in my opinion, will help us solve many of the world's problems. That's education, right? We need to have an educated population. You know, so many, I mean, I read a report recently that there's a large part of our college students right now that are reading and doing math at a 4th grade level, yet they're in college, right? We've got to be better educated as a society globally, because how can we navigate this future that I'm talking about? How can we make decisions like the question that was asked earlier about whether or not I should use this robotic intervention or a non-robotic intervention if we don't have basic education to do the research and to be able to analyze what might be best for us? So A, I agree with you, but B, at the end of the day, we've got to be a better educated society. We've got to embrace science, not shun it. So again, so I hear you, I agree with you. My answer is always education. We need a more educated population. All right. I think my time's up. So thank you all so much for your time today. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Please stay right here, because we're all fans of yours. And we just have so much gratitude in our hearts for you. You're a wonderful Rotarian. You definitely display service above self. He was a wonderful member of our Aging Matters committee as well. And we wanted to present you with a little token of our appreciation for you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can I take a picture? Thank you.
He does a lot for us, so I'm sure everybody here is very grateful.
Thank you.
And then I'd like to also bring back up Dr. Ayani.
We didn't miss you. We didn't forget you, and you're still here.
Thank you.
Dr. Ayadi, you blow us away every time you speak. And can we get him back? Can we get him back year after year? You are so generous with your time and providing us with such important information and things that we leave here thinking about for months after, and we come back to you and hoping, you know, what are we going to learn this time? So thank you so much. We are so grateful for you. Key has a little token of our appreciation, and we hope to see you again. Thank you for being such a great friend of our Rotary Club. Thank you.
Just give us 1 second while we are loading up the slides for our next presenter.
The PowerPoint version. That's in this way. Okay, this is.
Is this quicker? Oh, there it is.
So this is those slides?
Yep.
learn about dementia. Many children have grandparents with dementia and Alzheimer's, and he wrote this amazing book. He'll be back here signing copies. Thank you.
Nobody here. Oh, thank you. Fix that. Yeah, because I might need them.
So just introduce yourself, say your key, whatever you want to. I mean, your key, your shit, yeah, whatever you want to say. But go ahead and you can go right now. Yeah, it's time. Yeah, you say that, you know, get everybody's attention. People are getting up.
Hello, everybody.
Good.
Hello, hello.
Do
Can
you want me
everybody
to cut
take a
back
seat,
from
please?
45? If you maybe can or want to.
Okay. What's this one? Here? No.
Yeah.
Whatever you.
Okay.
It is what it is. If you wanted to, great. If you thought it was
I'll see
not,
what I can do.
you know,
Yep.
but if not, I mean, at this point, it's, you know.
Hi, everyone. If you can please take a seat, we're starting the next presentation.
If you want to eat lunch, let's
Yeah.
get through this one.
Yeah. And if you guys want lunch on time, we can get started right now.
Yeah. It's fine.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shiv Kapoor. I'm a senior ambassador with Silverado. Today, I have a privilege of introducing Claire Day. Claire has been working for the Alzheimer's Association since 2001 in various different roles, including special events, program coordination, early stage and support group expansion until managing the chapter's program and services team. In 2017, she transferred to Northern California and Northern Nevada chapter to serve as their chief program officer. Prior to joining the Alzheimer's Association, she worked in a long-term care field providing social service needs to the residents. Today, she serves on the California Alzheimer's Disease Advisory Committee under the direction of California Health and Human Service Department. Everyone, please allow me to welcome Claire Day.
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you so much. Okay, good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Okay, so I do realize I'm keeping you from lunch, but hopefully what we're gonna talk about today is gonna give you a little bit of a background, really complimentary of Dr. Ayadi's presentation this morning, with a little bit more of the background specific to Alzheimer's disease and dementia. So we're gonna start, I always like to do a little level setting, talk a little bit about early detection and some advances that we've seen in the field, as well as treatment for Alzheimer's disease. And I am gonna sort of comment on some of that risk reduction talk that you heard this morning, most importantly by talking about something called the US Pointer Study, which for the first time was able to demonstrate that those lifestyle changes that you heard about this morning actually do make an impact on your brain health. So let's get right into it. And like I said, I do like to just level set a little bit, because how many of you have heard both the words Alzheimer's and dementia, right? And sometimes we don't know the difference. We think they're sort of interchangeable. So dementia is what we call an umbrella term. It really defines the loss of function of enough severity that it's impacting our activities of daily living, things like bathing or dressing, going to the grocery store. Well, dementia is the symptoms, right? It's a collection of symptoms in your brain that could be cognitive. We think most often of memory loss. And when we think about memory loss in terms of dementia, I'm going to ask you all to be real honest. How many of you have ever walked into a room and forgotten why you've walked in there? Okay, if I don't see 100% of the hands up, I have some, right. We've all done that, right? There's a difference between normal aging, our brains are aging just like our knees and our hips are aging, and these types of changes that we think of when we talk about dementia related to Alzheimer's disease or one of these other biologies. Could be behavioral, it could be psychological. We talk about Alzheimer's the most because it's the most common type of dementia, but you can see here under that umbrella, so dementia, think of the word flowers. Underneath the word flowers, what would you have? What are your types of flowers? Roses, tulips, petunias, carnations. So that's the way you would think about dementia. Underneath, the biology that's changing in the brain is going to be different depending on whether or not it's Alzheimer's disease, frontotemporal degeneration, Lewy body, even vascular changes related to having a stroke. So when we think about advances, especially in the last few years, we are specifically talking about the biology of Alzheimer's. Well, what does that look like? This is why they don't have me present after lunch, right? It's not so fun to look at. So Alzheimer's is sort of identified by two hallmarks of the disease. What we know of as this buildup of amyloid, beta amyloid, a plaque in the brain. We all have amyloid in the brain and it clears in most of us, but for some reason in people with Alzheimer's, that plaque, that beta amyloid accumulates and it clumps where it's not supposed to be, and it causes what you see here on the left-hand side of your screen. There's a second culprit that's sort of been identified as one of those key hallmarks. That's tau. Tau is a protein. It's a transport system that carries signals and messages from one part of your brain to the other. And what happens in the brains of people with Alzheimer's is that tau, think of a transport system like a train track, right? If the train track is bent, what happens to the train? It doesn't move, right? It stays where it is. And that's what's happening with the tau protein. It's staying where it's not supposed to be. So what that ends up doing is, again, depositing in these cells, and it causes these tangles around cells in the brain, which really stops the function from happening. Now, this is what we've researched for over 100 years. It was back in 1906 that Dr. Alois Alzheimer first identified these key hallmarks. Research and the advancement of more science is telling us that it may not be quite as simple as just these two things. But up until recently, this is what we knew. And so these are certainly involved in Alzheimer's, but may not be the only culprits of Alzheimer's. But what they do, what this buildup of plaques and tangles does in our brain is what you see on that right-hand side of the screen. And you can see a real difference, can't you, between those two cross sections of the brain. And the reason I like to show this is because when we talk about, we've all had those normal aging moments. We've all walked into a room and forgotten why we've walked in there. This is a biological change that's happening to the brain that's causing all of those symptoms we saw on the other page. Now, this has been really helpful for us as we start to think of advancements in how we think about not just treating Alzheimer's disease and other types of dementia, but diagnosing it. Diagnosing Alzheimer's is very challenging. It can be very challenging. In history, what we've done is we've ruled out everything else that could be causing some of these changes in our function, in our cognition. But we all can have good days and bad days, right? Those can be sometimes a little bit subjective. And so the advancements over the years have really helped us to identify how we can really think about diagnosing this disease with the use of something called a biomarker. Are people familiar with that term, biomarker? Biomarker is like a biological part of you. Most common one that most of us in the room have probably had is a blood test for cholesterol, right? Where they're able to take your blood and test whether or not you have higher levels of the good or bad types of cholesterol. Those are biomarkers. Well, we've started to see advancements in biomarkers for Alzheimer's. I mentioned 1906 is when we first saw those plaques and tangles, but it wasn't until the late 1990s that we saw the advancements of a biomarker called cerebral spinal fluid, where they were able to do a cerebral spinal fluid tap and extrapolate that and identify both the beta amyloid and that tau protein in those samples. A few years later, we saw the advancements of PET scans. PET scans been not a new device, but certainly a new opportunity to be able to see these evidence of disease under these scans. Both you can see here the beta amyloid in the late 2000s, and then in the 2010s we saw the marker or the compound developed to be able to identify the tau. But I think you would all agree. Anyone here volunteering to go get a cerebral spinal fluid tap this afternoon? doesn't sound the most or the most least invasive. That's probably not a right way to say that. Amyloid PET scans, tau PET scans, expensive, not available everywhere. We do a lot of work in the whole of Northern California, including Modoc County. Does anyone know where Modoc County is? Top right-hand corner of the state. Their health system does not have a PET scan machine. So when you think about health access and health equity, access to diagnosis using just these sort of more advanced technologies, maybe not available to everybody, and certainly not cost effective. And so this is where we've really started to see research emerge around identifying potentially a blood biomarker that would help us to identify those key changes of Alzheimer's disease. So these are currently available and approved just recently in the last year by the FDA to aid in the early detection and diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. They can detect the biomarker path for both that beta amyloid and that tau protein. Now, I think there's obviously the benefits. A blood test is a lot more simple. It's accessible. It's cost effective. And it is allowing for earlier intervention, because when we start to talk about treatments, early detection matters. And when we start to talk about self-declaring your own wishes and care and support, early detection matters. And we start thinking about the motivation to make potential changes based on some of the lifestyle changes that you've heard, early detection matters. And so this will allow us to identify the disease when we see those first warning signs, those early signs of cognitive changes or difficulty with familiar tasks. It is currently not used as a standalone test, so you would still have to go through some of those other psychological, historical tests that you might be more familiar with. But it certainly is a confirmation of the biology of the disease for many patients who have a questionable diagnosis. And it will be imperative when we think about treatment, because you must have the biology of the disease for the treatment of the disease. So you can see I'm a lot of fun at cocktail parties with all of this fun stuff. But what's really been helping us move forward with blood biomarkers is thinking about how this is going to advance not just early detection, but treatment of the disease as well. So I want to spend just a couple of minutes giving you sort of the landscape of where we are with treatment. And when we talk about the next few slides, we are specifically talking about Alzheimer's disease, that biology, those plaques and tangles. So we started with treatments that you may be familiar with. They may sound familiar: Aricept, Exelon, and Razodine, the first three you see on this list, which are really treatments that only address the symptoms. We used to say they sort of maybe keep someone where they are for a little bit longer period of time. They're called, those first three are called acetylcholinesterase inhibitors, and they're addressing the acetylcholine in our brain. In 2003, we saw the addition of a new treatment called Namenda. Namenda is a glutamate modulator. Now, what's important about this slide and why I like this slide is it really does show you where in the progression of cognitive changes, so that dementia, should these treatments be used. So you can see the first three are really designed for people in the earlier stages, for mild dementia. But for someone who's starting on Namenda, they would really be more in that middle stage of cognitive decline, not in the early stages. Now, it's not uncommon that people will add in the Namenda as the disease progresses, and so that's why in 2014 we saw Aricept and Namenda create a one-dose pill to hopefully aid in the sort of caregiver issues of having to give medication. Now, in 2024, we saw a new acetylcholinesterase inhibitor approved by the FDA called Zunveil. Now, this is the early science that I've seen from this doesn't seem to have greater efficacy than some of the first three that have been on the market for a long time. I would say the greatest difference I saw in some of these studies was that the GI side effects that a lot of patients complain about were less with this last newer medication. But again, only approved for sort of mild to moderate. So these are sort of managing the disease as it progresses, but they're not changing the underlying biology of the disease. And I think the challenge with a lot of these drugs is that if you have high blood pressure and you take a drug for high blood pressure and your blood pressure goes down, we're feeling pretty confident that pill is doing what it's supposed to do. When we're talking about cognition, it's really hard to see in that crystal ball to know where the person would have been had they not been taking one of these medications. I think it will always be a challenge we have when we're talking about cognitive issues. We've also seen some advancements in, let's get rid of that. We've also seen some advancements in treating the symptoms of behavioral expression and sleep. Now, these are not new medications with the exception of that last one. Those first two, Bensomra and Rexulti, not new medications. They've been on the market to treat behavioral expression and sleep. What's new about these two dates that are next to them is they were tested in an Alzheimer's population for the first time. Rexulti is an antipsychotic medication. We know there have always been black box warnings with those. We want to take them the least amount of these types of drugs. You heard that from Dr. Ayati this morning. The least amount of medications we can take, the better. But sometimes it becomes a last resort for families, and sleep is certainly another one of those areas. So it's just worth noting that these are good to know that they've been tested in an Alzheimer's population. Now, this third one on here, Auvelity, this is a completely new medication, just approved by the FDA a few months ago. It is used for behavioral expression, so for some of those behavioral changes that you might experience in moderate stage, but it is not an antipsychotic medication. So I'm really looking forward to learning a little bit more about this one to see that there could be an option to help ease some of those moderate or late stage symptoms that people with dementia may experience that are uncomfortable and unpleasant for both the caregiver and the person living with dementia, without having those higher antipsychotic medications. It could provide a nice option for families. But the big change that we've really seen has come just in the last couple of years with, for the first time, a treatment to actually address the underlying biology of the disease through these two new medications. They're infusions and they're called monoclonal antibodies. What these drugs are designed to do in the earliest stage of intervention is actually remove that beta amyloid from the brain and actually have a potential impact on improving cognition, function, and behavior. It's important to know that these drugs they come with side effects. So it's very important that families and people living with the disease really research and understand these treatments. But what I wanted to show you was the sort of long-term impact since these have gone in clinical trial. And I know this is a pretty busy slide. But the long and the short of it is, and this gets to our point about the importance of early detection, the earliest point of intervention seems to have the best outcome for patients on these monoclonal antibodies. These are infusions that patients would take anywhere from every other week to once a month. The lecanemab, the 4-year data, what you're seeing on these graphs, and I apologize, I forgot to bring my pointer, is really, you can kind of see 3 lines. There's technically 4 lines, but it's hard to see them on there. The blue line at the top is the clinical trial. So the clinical trials went through an 18-month clinical trial period for both Leqembi and donanemab. Well, what happens at the 18-month mark is that if the drug is working, patients that were in the placebo group that didn't get the treatment are offered the treatment. So at that point, effectively, your placebo line ends. And so what the researchers were able to do with this, which is what you see as those pink lines at the bottom, is they were able to use data sets to sort of predict out what a placebo line could have looked like had they kept people in the placebo group. And you can see they did the same thing. They used a data set called the Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative. Leqembi also used a European model called BioFinder, which had very similar results. But what's really interesting is that you can see that those lines actually mirrored our placebo line, right? They did sort of give you a good prediction of what a placebo line could look like. And what the takeaway here is really is that the people are on these monoclonal antibodies are on a different trajectory as far as the rate and amount that they progress over time. Now, the other important thing for these is these drugs are only available to people in the early stage who have cognitive symptoms. But when we think about the future of Alzheimer's disease research, what could that look like? We talked about the blood test. Everyone's then next question to me is, well, should I get a blood test at 50 to see if I have the beginnings of that amyloid on my brain? The answer today is no, right? Because we're not in a world where we can talk about prevention yet. These two drugs are both in clinical trial with patients who have the biology but don't have the cognitive symptoms. Because here's the thing, and this is the bummer. If I, in my mid-50s, were to develop Alzheimer's in my mid-60s or 70s, and what I mean by develop Alzheimer's is the cognitive symptoms. So if those cognitive symptoms come on in 60s or 70s, that's sort of more what we consider to be the normal age, those plaques and tangles are starting to occur in my brain now. So what if we could get to that point where we could actually remove that amyloid? Could we prevent the dementia? We may not prevent Alzheimer's, but we may be able to prevent the cognitive changes. So I know that's a lot of hopes and dreams and wishes, but it gives you an idea of where science is moving, and it's moving so rapidly. These blood tests 5 years ago were barely a hope, and now they're FDA approved and available for people who have cognitive symptoms. And there will come a day, I believe, where we think about screening, because we'll have a treatment that could stop the disease from progressing. And so it is a really hopeful time, even when we hear all of the sort of negative things about research and outcomes. There's also a lot happening in the other related dementia space around things like Lewy body dementia, frontotemporal degeneration. Nothing yet that's in full clinical trial, but it is an exciting time. So what do we do in the meantime? Oh, and it's also worth noting that they have lecanemab is in clinical trial to also get a subcutaneous dose for not just the maintenance dose, but even for the full dose, which would be really exciting so people don't have to go to infusion centers. It makes access for these treatments far more readily available. So where do we go from now? I know you heard a lot today about risk reduction from Dr. Ayati, and so I'll probably, I don't want to repeat myself or repeat any of the good work that he did. He probably talked a little bit about this. Did he talk about what puts us at risk for dementia, right? We know there's the things we can control, the things we can't control, right? I'll ask you another question. I want you to all be honest. How many of you heard today for the first time that you're supposed to eat right and exercise? We all know we're supposed to be doing these things on the left-hand side of the screen. But what I think between Dr. Ayati and I can tell you today is now we actually have, it's not just us saying, oh yeah, you got to eat right and exercise. There's actually evidence to show this can protect our brains as well. So I'm going to start by giving you some clinical trial results on just a couple of things that will maybe help you think differently about some of the choices that you make in your life. This first one is around ultra-processed foods. Don't think anyone in here is shocked to know you're not supposed to be eating ultra-processed foods, but consuming more than 20% of your daily caloric intake with ultra-processed foods resulted in 28% faster decline in global cognitive scores. That's pretty significant. Now, hopefully, an occasional Twinkie from time to time is not a problem, but if you're having a Twinkie at every meal, it might be a problem. And of course, those ultra-processed foods are those things that are sort of high in sugar and even calories, but they're low in protein and low in fiber. That's what makes a food ultra-processed. Where are my bacon lovers? Okay, so don't look at the next screen. This particular trial looked at processed red meat, so bacon, salami, pepperoni, hot dogs, sausages. Eating 2 servings or more per week of processed red meats led to an increased risk by 14% compared to people that had 1 or less servings. That's kind of a bummer because to me, 2 servings a week didn't seem all that high. Now, what was really interesting about this study, this was an observational trial that they looked at over 40 years of data on 130,000 people. Those that swapped out just 1 serving with something like nuts or tofu, beans, actually had a protective benefit. So those that were able to swap out a serving actually lowered their risk of dementia by about 20%. So that's kind of exciting to see as well. I always like to talk a little bit about exercise. There have been so many studies on the benefit of exercise. I picked this one because the EXERT trial was done with people with mild cognitive impairment. And so what they did in this trial is they randomized people into 2 arms. Aerobic, where they used walking at a pretty good clip on a treadmill, versus stretching and balance. So the second group only did stretching and balance. And at the 12-month mark, neither group had showed any progression in their cognitive scores. And these were people with mild cognitive impairment. Now, the reason I like that is because not everybody can get on a treadmill and run 6 miles like our previous speaker talked so eloquently about doing, right? My dad's 87. He's in relatively good physical health, but I don't want him falling. So knowing that there could be some protective benefit by things like stretching, balance, doing things where you have a little bit more accommodations means that it's never too late for people to start to make some of these changes. And then the last thing I'll talk about before I sort of wrap it up with one key study is sleep. How many of you think you have good sleep? Yeah, not many, well, a few hands go up. Good sleep is so important, and we're learning so much about sleep, not just about the quality of the sleep that you're having, how long you're sleeping, that you're not sleeping too long, that you're not sleeping long enough. But this particular study looked at sleep apnea. And so sleep apnea, when we think about a modifiable risk factor, sleep apnea is very modifiable. If you have sleep apnea, really important that you get this evaluated by your healthcare professional. Those that had obstructive sleep apnea had 34% increased risk of cognitive decline. And it makes sense if you think about what sleep apnea does. It's decreasing your oxygen levels in your brain while you sleep. So it does kind of make sense. And we know there's so much connection between good heart health and good brain health. We also know there are so many people who did all of these things and lived really healthy lifestyles and still developed Alzheimer's disease. So we're not saying this is the answer, but it is a big key of how we're gonna healthily or age healthily. That's not coming out right, but you know what I mean. And the reason we've seen all these studies come up over the years is because the science has really led us to say, okay, exercise is good, sleep is good, engaging our minds is good, coming and learning at a session, really great. The Alzheimer's Association asked the question, what happens if we combine multiple lifestyle domains? Could we maximize brain health? And so following the lead of a trial that was done in Finland that was first reported out in 2015, the Alzheimer's Association has just completed a 2-year clinical trial called the US Pointer Trial. Has anyone heard of this study? A few people? So what we did in this trial was we took 4 domains. We took physical exercise, we took nutrition, we used the MIND diet, M-I-N-D diet, we did cognitive exercise, and we did health monitoring, things like blood pressure, cholesterol, making sure that people were familiar with their numbers. And we randomized people into 2 arms because we know that dementia is on the rise. We know that some of these lifestyle factors, like poor nutrition, contribute to that increased risk. We've seen these early findings, and so it sort of took us in this new direction. So participants in this trial were randomized into two arms, a structured intervention or a self-guided intervention. They differed only in the level of intensity or overseeing from a study partner that they got. So for our self-guided intervention, they met 6 times over 2 years. They were given all of the tools. They were taught all of the studies and the things like I just shared with you. They had a navigator who would check in with them periodically, would lead these team meetings. They were in small teams, but they were sort of told, go out and chart your own course, right? Make your own changes and try to sustain them over time. The other arm of the group, and I apologize, I think my slides got a little messed up and I apologize for that, was the structure group, much different in design. They met 38 times over the 2 years. They had both the navigator and an interventionist who was an expert in diet or nutrition. And they had a very strict prescription of what they had to do over those 2 years. This is what it looked like. They were encouraged to do aerobic exercise 4 days a week. They were encouraged to do resistance training and stretching and balance. We'd already seen the science from that EXERT trial, and so we incorporated that in. The Mind Diet is a 14-point based diet that you get points for the good stuff and no points for the bad stuff. And their weekly goal was to have a 9.5 or greater. They used a program called Brain HQ. Has anybody heard of Brain HQ? Have you heard of Luminosity? Sort of similar to that, right? So tests part of the brain and makes you use parts of the brain that you don't regularly use. At the Alzheimer's Association, we just migrated from Google to Microsoft 2 weeks ago. We are all using parts of our brain we've never used before. That's what these computerized programs are supposed to do. They want you using the parts that have gotten forgotten, right? If you do crossword puzzles every day, your brain's used to that. And then they all did labs, right? So they would do labs every 6 months. You want to see what we found? Yeah. All right. So the only measure we have for this self-guided group was their attendance in meetings. And what this graph really shows you is that even people in the self-guided arm were committed to this trial. But what we saw was that cognitive function in both groups improved over time. So we started everybody at what we call a Z-score. So we wanted everybody who was on a different ruler to be using the same ruler. And you can see that both groups, the lighter color is the self-guided arm, the darker color is the structured arm. That both groups' cognition improved over those 2 years. Great news, right? Now, we do think some of it may be due to practice. If you take the same cognitive tests every 6 months, you may get a little better at them. But where the rubber met the road was that the structured intervention had a significantly greater benefit on its cognition. This extra benefit was the same regardless of other risk factors like gender, like race or ethnicity, like age, and APOE for genetic type, or their heart health. So regardless of whether or not they had one of those other risk factors, if they were in the structured intervention, they still had the maximum benefit. And what we realize is this is essentially slowing our cognitive aging clock by about 1 to 2 years. It's pretty great, right? So we're really excited about learning this and seeing that we can make these changes even as we age. What's important to know about participants in all of these studies for lifestyle is they were all at risk for Alzheimer's and probably had suboptimal energy or exercise, diet, etc. That's what makes them qualify. So they all had room for improvement. And so for the Alzheimer's Association, we're working on how we now implement this. Actually happening right now is something called Worldwide Fingers. It's a meeting that's convening in London today as the start of a big scientific conference. And that is a compilation of all of these countries across the world who have followed in Finland's footsteps to create lifestyle intervention trials in their own countries, and they're meeting together at this scientific conference. We've developed something called Rethink Your Brain, which makes all of the tools that we used for the US Pointer study available, like the tracking documents, the prescription, all of the tools that our participants used. So if you're interested in learning more about that, I would strongly encourage you take a look. And I mentioned the research conference. It is starting today in London. Next Thursday, the 16th of July, is what we call AAIC for All. And this is an opportunity for the community to learn what the science community reported out this last week on advances in not just Alzheimer's, but dementia across the globe. So if you're interested in research and you want to learn more, strongly recommend you sign up. As long as you sign up by the 16th, even if you're not available next Thursday, you'll have 30 days access to the, I think it's like a half-day webinar. It's free and open to the public. There's both a community track and a track for clinicians, because we really want people to get the latest information on research across the globe, as we're starting to see this field move incredibly fast. I mentioned earlier, we know there have been so many people that have done all these things and still developed Alzheimer's disease. And that's why our services will always be here, free of charge to families through our helpline education support programs. So please reach out if you are living with Alzheimer's, or if you know someone who's living with Alzheimer's or dementia, or if you're caring for someone and you just need help on where to go. You've got so many great resources in this room. And we help to connect everybody to that. So given the interest of time, what do you want me to do about questions, Jewel?
Maybe we could do like
Two questions, maybe if people have a couple of questions. I saw your hand first, sir.
Thank you very much for coming today. So as I was watching your presentation about how much easier it's gotten to diagnose the blood test, for example, the first thing that came to my mind was, well, I had my audiologist do a baseline of my hearing, right? I'm curious, is it an insurance issue why we're not doing it now? Is there something other than that?
That's a great question. So I think it's because there's nothing we can do about it today. So if you have the biology, but you don't have the cognitive symptoms, there's not a treatment plan for you. And so it gets into this really murky ethical issue of, well, we're going to tell you you have something, but there's nothing we can do about it. It also, we talked about insurance beforehand. We don't know what the implications of insurance would be. So for now, it will not be a kind of baseline thing that you do. I would say everybody over this age of 65 that has Medicare should do their annual Medicare wellness check with their general practitioner. There is a cognitive screening in that, but that's checking for the cognition. But I think as we start to see the results of these trials that are testing whether or not they can change the biology before the dementia, that's when it'll change.
One other thing to share with the group. So Dr. Addy mentioned Dr. Dean Ornish. There's a book out, I read it 5 years ago, Undo It. And he talks about all of this stuff. He actually has a workshop he'll do up in Marin County. You can go 7-10 days. If you read this book, you'll see if you do some of these things, it's amazing how whatever condition you have, undo
It helps it,
right?
yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And maybe one more question?
Thanks. I'm just curious, where does Alzheimer's stand in the US versus with other countries? Because I don't hear a whole lot of discussion in other countries about it.
Yeah.
And it seems to me to be more prevalent. Is it because we're getting older? Or, what is it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Global rates across the world are about the same as far as prevalence. So age today, unfortunately, still remains our biggest risk factor. Outside of diet, exercise, genes, everything, age is still our biggest barrier to so many things. 1 in 9 over the age of 65, 1 in 3 over the age of 85. So we are an aging nation. So certainly the boomers, 10 million baby boomers will develop Alzheimer's if we can't figure out a way to stop or prevent it. Most of the worldwide prevalence is about the same. there are some countries that seem to have a lower incidence, but no one's really figured out exactly why that is yet. Great question. Well, I know. Do you want to thank her? I was just tripped. I know we. Thank you very much. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day, and I will turn it back to Jewel.
Claire, don't you leave.
Oh, okay.
We want to thank you so much.
Oh,
It's
my
been
goodness.
a pleasure
Wow.
to have you here. And
thank you so much.
Well, your dedication to Alzheimer's education and research is something that we are very grateful for.
Thank you so much.
And we appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. And then I've got to. Thank you. And I remember. All right, so that's that.
All right. Fascinating. Very good. You know, my mother just passed that blood test. She just got the test and passed. It was great news for the family. Yeah. So thanks for sharing that. Hey, I've got great news for everyone. It's just about lunchtime. So what we're going to do in the interest of not having a stampede of people, see those two doors over there with the foggy glass? We're going to go through those. Let's do ourselves a favor so we don't have like a huge long line. We're going to do it by table. Everybody feel all right about that? Go by the table. We're going to start over here. So that table and that table. If you guys want to make your way back through that where it says exit, little foggy glass doors, go that way and come around. I'm going to keep an eye on it and I'll call out tables. I promise we'll get you fed. There's sandwiches. There's salads back there. It's going to be great. And after lunch, Freddie Silva is going to be doing a little exhibition. We're going to have a video going on. We're going to get you guys moving. But that's coming up after lunch. So I got an eye on it. It's two lanes. Go for it. And I want to hear your story. Are you going to eat lunch here? Somewhere? Yeah. Well, I mean, you could just go. If you want. Yeah. There's a line. Which table is the hungriest? Who wants to? You guys? You already started? Yeah. I mean, you know, I can't make you sit here. You can do whatever you want. It's going to happen the same. If you want to go stand in line, help yourself. I'm just trying to help you out. Yeah. That being said, if you just want to go stand in line, help yourself. You know, otherwise I'll watch for you. But
Thank you for having me back again, Rotary and Silverado and First Light. I had a great time last year talking about Rocksteady Boxing, and I'm really excited to be back. It's been quite a year. It's been great to see some of the faces I met last year, and we built some new relationships with folks out here that are now partners because of this meeting, because of this engagement that I was invited to last year, and we've grown. I'm going to play a video in just a second here. It's different from last year's. Last year, you got to see the 60-minute segment with Leslie Stahl's husband, who took Rocksteady classes 20 years ago. That's right. This month, we're 20 years old. We just had our 20th birthday. Thank you. I've been doing this for 13 of those 20. But thanks again to the Rotary Club, Lynn and Shiv for asking me to come back at Silverado and First Light. I've gotten to know folks more, so I'm more relaxed. I'm going to go ahead and play this video while you guys finish your delicious lunches, and you can see what has been happening for the last 20 years. Don't worry, I'll talk a lot about myself when this is done. Oh, there's no volume on it. And I'm really bad at this stuff.
Oh, maybe because the volume's down.
There you go.
Let me tell you what it's like tonight. The doctor tells you two things. He told me two things. Number one, this disease, there's no cure for it. Number two, it's degenerative. It gets worse as it goes on. You feel terrible today. And this is the best you're ever going to feel. And nobody can help you. If that doesn't make you feel alone, I don't know what does.
I was in the Air Force for 28 years, so I'm used to being in good physical condition. But I'm not used to having Parkinson's.
My husband was diagnosed 15 years ago, young onset Parkinson's at the age of 36. He read literature that said you're pretty much going to be disabled in 6 to 10 years. So he just kind of went home and gave up. 6 years later, he found Rocksteady through Scott Newman. And that's the day that his life changed.
The idea of boxing as a remedy for Parkinson's is a strange idea. Taking Brendan, who's a cop, he was a boxer. And he said, let's try this because it's what he knew how to do. To get me moving. That's how it started. There's tremendous power that I cannot describe to you. When you realize what this does for people.
Boxers have to work on balance, they have to work on hand-eye coordination, speed, optimal strength, focus, and these are all things that people with Parkinson's disease struggle with. We're giving them an opportunity to fight back amongst other people that understand what they're going through.
We're saying get strong, learn balance, learn how to get yourself up and down. Get down there and play with your grandkids. We don't want people to stop living. We want them to really embrace that they can do things, that they can.
People have improvements in their Parkinson's symptoms, maybe not immediately after injection, but people adopt an exercise program. They have fewer tremors, less stiffness, improved balance. If you're fighting against the disease or taking control of other disease, people go from being withdrawn, being isolated, and immobile to coming back to life, and I think everyone should have a chance to access that.
I was worse than this, a lot worse than this, 3 years into the disease. Now I'm 15 years into the disease, and I'm better than I was back then. Back then I couldn't write my name.
Progression of disease has slowed down tremendously. This place gives you hope.
Before I came here, you would think I'm the only person in the world with Parkinson's. That's not true. We are now a family, we really are a family. And we can recognize, first of all, we're not wrong. And that's what did your friends and family say when you taught boxing?
They laugh. They don't laugh anymore.
That's just a little snippet of what we do. That's a part of our story. We were started in Indianapolis. Our headquarters is still there. And I get to do that 6 days a week. I have a couple of fighters here today. Hey, Roberto. Hey, he's one of my fighters. He's been with me for a while. Thank you for being here. I'm going to start off by saying I love boxing. Some people love football, love baseball, love fishing. Boxing it represents that to me. It's a part of my culture. Being a Mexican American, boxing was around since I was a baby. We watched it on TV. And I became a coach, and I became a professional boxing coach. I have helped train world champions, amateurs, people that have made it to the Olympic trials.
I got the number 4 heavyweight. He's one of my trainers up the street here. It's part of my life. My wife complains about that a little bit, but I always say it's my golf, it's my fishing. This is what I do on the weekends a lot. But the reason I say I love boxing is because I'm lucky that the sport I love more than any other sport, I have found a way to help people with the sport and still keep that passion intact. There's a lot of nuance to boxing. As far as learning it, being a beginner, going in for 2 months, the more you learn, the less you know. Does that kind of make sense? And one thing I have found too is boxing touches everybody. We all know somebody, right? How many of you know who Muhammad Ali is? Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns, Manny Pacquiao, right? We all have heard about these legends, and they had a goal to be champions, to be Olympic champions, to be the best at what they do. And I have also experienced that working with boxers. But it doesn't even come close, right? When someone's goal is to fix their balance, to fix a shuffling gait, to swing their arms when they walk, to walk their grandchild or child down the aisle, to walk their dog, to not fall at the grocery store. And when I learned about Parkinson's, when I got involved with it, it was very similar, right? These are big goals, and I know how to get people from one place to the next, as long as you're putting the hard work in. So the parallels that I draw, I get to keep loving boxing, and I get to help people get to whatever goal they might have. It's all relative. Some folks might want to get up out of a chair on their own. Some folks might want to learn how to fall, believe it or not. Some people might just want to fix their posture. About a month and a week ago, I started, and some of you may remember this, I was talking about opening a center dedicated to helping people with Parkinson's. Well, I opened a month ago in June. June 1st was my first day. Because I could talk on and on about boxing, and I know it's not the only modality to help Parkinson's, but a month ago, I finally did it. I opened the doors to the Peninsula Parkinson's Place, also known as the PPP. And I didn't want to call it like the Parkinson's Institute, or I just felt like it was casual, the Parkinson's Place. If you get diagnosed with this disease, hopefully they'll send you to the Parkinson's Place in Belmont. And what I've done is I've added yoga twice a week. I've added dancing. Right now it's once a week. I actually have my Tai Chi person visiting right now. He wasn't supposed to come today, but I heard he showed up. And we have Rock Steady. And we've also made the classes accessible to people who maybe can't get out of a chair right now, they're in a wheelchair, or they use a walker. So the point of this was, if you did get diagnosed with Parkinson's and you came and you thought, this just isn't for me, it's a bit much, I want there to be something for you. I want there to okay, if you can't do the boxing, try the yoga. If you can't do the yoga, try the dance class. If you can't do the dance class, do the mobility class on Mondays for a couple hours or an hour and a half. But the biggest thing that's come out of Rock Steady, and I'm sure my members will attest to this, is the community, right? We have an epidemic of loneliness. I think San Mateo County has a loneliness initiative, actually. And these folks have all become friends. They organize lunches together. I think they've had poker nights. And now that we have the spot,
they can hang out after class, talk, exchange notes. And I think like the gentleman was saying in the video, sometimes folks feel like they're the only ones that have Parkinson's. Well, you come to my place, or our place, and you find out that you're not. We have a saying in the Parkinson's community: if you've met one person with Parkinson's, you've met one person with Parkinson's. Each person is completely different. You'll share symptoms. Maybe you don't have an arm swing when you walk, right? Maybe there's a bit of a shuffle step when you walk. Maybe your voice is really, really low. Those are the common symptoms. But when you get together and you start talking about, well, I feel tired after I have this meal, or when I take my medication, I feel a little too hyped up. They exchange notes about surgery. Some of them had it, some of them haven't. Some people recommend movement disorder specialists to each other. So it's become a resource center. I have resources on the wall. I have booklets. I'm a board member at the Parkinson's Foundation. But the resources within each other, I think, works even better. So why does boxing slow the progression of Parkinson's? One, I can say that legally. I'm married to an attorney, so I had to make sure that it was legal. We've been peer reviewed by Indiana University to slow the progression of Parkinson's. Now, if you stick to the regimen that is given to you after your assessment, so if I said you're somebody that walks maybe a mile a day, 6 days a week, and I go, okay, well, if you do rock steady 3 days a week, vigorous exercise, we can see some results. And like I said, everyone is different. I have people that still run marathons whose Parkinson's is progressing. So it's harder to catch up to that. But one of the first things that I'll notice is balance, because to me it's safety. As a professional boxing trainer, safety is my number one concern. It's a very dangerous sport, the most dangerous in the world. More dangerous than MMA, it's more dangerous than kickboxing. And we don't have to get into all that, but it's very dangerous. So I have that same hat on. If I see someone coming into rock steady and they have their feet like this and they're leaning over a bit, they are now a fall risk, right? And if you're a boxer and you're like this is called leading with your chin. You're gonna get hit. Okay, so with Parkinson's, we don't want to do that either. And I'm telling you this because I'm going to have you guys get up in just a second. Surprise. So the nuances of your stance. So again, if you're standing like this and you have postural instability, and I say, well, are you right-handed or left-handed? I'm right-handed. Okay, let's take a step forward with your left foot, like you're going to throw a baseball. You want your power back here. All right. Let's get that nose behind your knee, okay? And in boxing, you want to have a nice, tight stance. I don't do that with Parkinson's, with Rocksteady. Let's open up a little, and now I'm here. It's not foolproof. It's not guaranteed to keep you from falling, but it's better than this, okay? So I'm going to ask you all to stand up. If you can, if you're having a hard time today, just be careful. Use the chair. Good. I am a southpaw. Where's my fellow lefties out there? All right. All right. So lefties, we're going to step forward with our right foot because we're special. All right. And the righties, you're going to stand forward with your left foot. Now, if you throw a baseball or a softball, that's how I describe it. Because a lot of times people go, that doesn't feel right. Well, we're not going to change the rules. It's Queensbury rules. All right, so we're going to throw that baseball. And when I throw that baseball, look at my back foot. It turns, right? It turns. So let's get our hands up like this. We're not going to lead with our chins. Our nose is behind our knee. I'm going to throw that right cross. I'm just going to twist. Very good. Twist. So it's my hip and my foot. Now, if I was to do that really hard, and do it like that, and I had postural instability, Lewy body, I'd probably fall. So I want to keep everything here. So I'm going to put the mic down, and you guys are going to do this little drill. It does not look like boxing, but it is. Everybody put your hands on your hips. Keep that foot forward. Yes, sir. And I'm just going to twist and twist and twist. So my front foot turns, my rear foot turns. Front foot, rear foot. Front foot, rear foot. Good. This is about 80% of movement in boxing. And I'll show you in just a second. So I go cross, hook, cross. Now I'm going to start adding defense. Cross, hook, slip, slip. Right? We're not rolling. We're not bobbing and weaving. But we're just keeping this rhythm. Boxing is just rhythm. I have a saying. Boxing is just violent dancing. Right? So now I can up this. Everything's here. Everything's here. I've been doing this so long, right? That's it. Who is that back there? What's your name? Yeah. That was perfect. Oh, you have? Good. My class? Okay. Very good. So it's really just this, but sometimes it's faster. Sometimes it's slower. But whenever I have someone that's off balance, it's really almost impossible to do this with all your weight forward. We go back to this. Doot, doot, doot. That's it. And then we could start throwing those hands again. Right? Just like that. Now let's get our feet square, or just normal. And we're going to march, 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 march. Just like that. Good. Just like that. And now we're going to reach. We're going to punch the air. Punch, 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 punch. Now, sometimes folks with Parkinson's, having that one foot up in the air and one down is a test to that balance. That balance is getting tested, right? So we might have you over here, maybe for a bit, marching and holding that chair, right? So we modify everything. Maybe you can't march today. Maybe you're really feeling off. So we're just going to have you reach, 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 reach. Maybe having your hands in the air makes you feel off balance or dizzy. We're going to just march, okay? So everyone is a little different. And day to day, it could be someone's medication. They just started something new. So if you know anybody, or if someone that you know has, I'll have people come to me and say, oh, Freddie, their Parkinson's is really bad. Are they walking? Are they? Yeah, they get around the house. They move from the kitchen to the living room. They go outside a little. They can come. They can come. We will find a way. We'll find an exercise for them. Movement is medicine, right? I mean, I think we've heard a lot of folks. We've heard some great presentations talking about new studies. But one of the things they keep telling me, push them harder. Keep pushing them harder. 85, 90%. This is a really crude way to tell somebody that about 85%. Right? If you don't have like the wrist monitor, and I'm as a trainer, if I see someone like this, hold on, coach, I can't talk. That's about 80, 85%. A very crude way to do it. I'll say, what's your name and address? And they go, that's about 90, right? Give or take. Point is, when you come in, some people will go, Freddie, you're really, really pushing them. Are you sure they're okay? Yeah. Some of them have low heart rates, so I can kind of push them even harder. There's all kinds of symptoms. Yes, sir.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
We actually have a member of our Rotary Club.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm going to have you guys all sit down. I'll have you stand up again. I'm sorry.
We have a member of our Rotary Club whose wife actually has Parkinson's.
Mm-hmm.
Very private person.
trying to figure out how I'm gonna get her to see
Right.
you. Is it something covered by Medicare? Is it insurance? Do you pay for the class?
Mhm.
How does it work? And knowing what I just told you about, she's a very private person.
Mhm.
Would it be beneficial to go with her, or would that make it worse?
This is not covered by Medicare. This is private. We do have a scale. We have memberships, 3 different types of memberships, starting at $200 a month if you're just doing the rock steady. If you do everything, it's $400 for the dance, for yoga, Tai Chi, education. We have Stanford's coming in on the 18th of September, I hope. So it's not covered, but at the same time, I don't turn anybody away. Yeah. So, I've got ex-teachers, retired teachers here in San Mateo County. And, it's a wink, wink. We don't need to say anything to anybody. I'm not turning anybody away. As far as a very private person, I always ask people during the assessment, they say, Freddie, my family doesn't know, friends don't know. Can we keep this on the wraps? Absolutely. If press comes through, the news, anybody, social media, we'll usually have that person will say, Freddie, I don't want to be in this video. Can you make sure? Absolutely. I'm very, very protective of my fighters. So if that's an issue, I do keep the press out of it. And we more than welcome cornermen. We call them cornermen, people that come along with the fighters. We love having them there. We can always use another set of eyes. And they get a lot out of it too. Yeah, you're welcome. Another thing about boxing is it's like learning a new instrument, right? Like learning piano or a new language. So that's the cognitive part. I would say not a big percentage of the people that come to Rocksteady have any of the onset other side effects, such as I'm missing it here, Rob. Bob, what am I thinking of? Dementia, Parkinson's onset. The irony, right? Don't get hit. Keep your hands up. This is what happens. So we don't have that many. I'd say it's a small percentage of the folks that come to Rocksteady have the Parkinson's onset dementia. So I would say 80% of the folks that get in there have to learn what a 1, 2, 3 is. I could ask Bob right now, and he'd get up and show me what a 1, 2, 3 is. Then I would say, what's a jab, cross, hook? He would do it, right? So these are things you're going to learn. So it's that sort of motor skills too. The combinations, keeping your feet in place, keeping your hands up. You got about 4 different things going on. So obviously, this isn't only beneficial to people with Parkinson's. This is beneficial to anybody in the aging community, which I think I'm officially part of. I just turned 56 this year. So I'm pushing myself to do these different sorts of cognitive drills that I find, there's a ton of them online. And that's what we're going to be bringing into the Peninsula Parkinson's place as well. Recently, we had a dancer from the she's a student of the San Francisco Ballet. She's not a company member. She came in last Friday and did our dance class with us. So we're always trying to challenge as safely as we can folks with Parkinson's. If you'd like to come and visit us, go down the street on Harbor, or excuse me, on Industrial, and you'll run right into the dead end is where you will see the government building, San Mateo County. We are right in there. So even if you don't have it and you know someone that does, or you're just curious, we invite you to come in, take a look around, watch a class. I'm always looking for volunteers as well to help out in there. But spread the word. Thank you for coming out. Thank you guys for having me again. And we will see you soon. Thank you.
Freddie?
Yes.
Freddie, we want to
Over
thank
here,
you. Oh, sorry.
Turn it back on. Let's get up here so people can
Oh,
see.
okay.
There you go.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Freddie, for your dedication and effort to improve people's lives in the community in Bellman and San Mateo.
Thank you.
And for that, we want to thank you for this
Oh,
gift.
thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. That's very nice. This is great. Keep your hands up.
Watch out.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So you don't forget.
Yeah.
Your zipper. Sorry about that. That's what hit me. All right, how about that? I saw some pretty good punch throwing out of you guys. Sandwiches are better than I thought. How's everybody feeling? Everybody full, happy, having a good time? How many people are definitely sticking around for the raffle? Just one, two, couple?
Come on,
Has
guys.
anybody missed a raffle ticket? Anybody still there? I think they're still selling them. Okay.
$5 each.
$5
3
a
for
piece.
10.
Come on, look at that guy back there. See him
Look
holding
at him,
those things?
eager.
Look how happy he is. Wouldn't you? You could make him even happier with a $5 donation.
Oh, 3 for 5. That's right. 3 for 5, 6 for 10.
3 for 5.
No, 1 for 5.
1 for
3
5.
10.
Yeah, okay. Boy, she's just giving away the farm over here.
Yeah, I know.
So, wait. 3 for 10. Okay, 3 for 10. 6 for 20. We're not doing math here. That's enough. Thank you, everybody. I've been having a great time. Gotten to meet some of you guys. It's a wonderful event. And our next presenter is going to present our next speaker. Is new to me. I've really gotten to enjoy getting to know Jewel Drexler of Pettinelli. And your job title is the something or other outreach coordinator of something or other. She's doing a great job at something or other.
We're working on it.
All right. Enjoy Jewel Drexler, everybody. Give her a round of applause. Clap your hands.
All right.
That and this.
Oh, I have a lot of things to hold. Hold on here. Hey, guys. I am here, and I have the pleasure of introducing Stephen Hardy and Stephen McCormick of Hummingbird Project. Stephen Hardy, he's the manager of the Hummingbird Project services for San Francisco and San Mateo counties. He brings more than 2 decades of experience in aging services with a focus on memory care, dementia program development, and the use of music and expressive therapies to support older adults. Stephen McCormick, manager of the Hummingbird Project services for the South Bay, has extensive experience designing arts-based engagement programs and using drama, storytelling, and creative expression to foster connection and empowerment among diverse populations, including older adults. Together, they will share how creative arts can play a powerful role in supporting the well-being of older adults, particularly those experiencing cognitive changes. Drawing from their work in aging services and expressive arts programming, they will highlight how music, storytelling, drama, and other creative approaches can foster connection, engagement, and emotional expression. Their presentation will explore how arts-based programming can enhance quality of life, reduce isolation, and create meaningful opportunities for older adults to share their experiences and remain actively engaged in their communities. If you haven't had a chance to, you haven't really gotten to if you haven't gotten a chance to go over to their table yet, you haven't seen how amazing these two are. I'm really excited to welcome Steve and Steve up here. Come on, guys. Thank you so much. So I only have one of these right now, so one of you take that, and I do have 2 of these. So put that on.
If we have to pass this one back and forth.
You can put it on, and I'll get you another one. There you go. Wow.
Hey,
So you have a clicker.
how are you all doing?
There
Good?
you go.
Y'all want to take a nap?
So
now,
whoever
don't
wants to
you?
do clicking.
I bet you do.
Here, let me put that on.
I do.
How to put that on.
So instead, I could just have you help me out a little bit and clap your hands.
There we go.
Just follow me. 1,
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
keep going. 1, 2, 1. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. You all need somebody to lean on. Sing with me. Lean on me.
When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
Very good.
Excellent.
Thank you. So if you haven't guessed, MTBC, again, on my name means music therapist, board certified. So I have been a music therapist for 30 years, and I've worked primarily with older adults. Here in the Bay Area, I have worked as an administrator for RCFEs. I have been program director for the Adult Day Health Center, the Rose Kleiner Adult Day Health Center in Mountain View, as well as working as the director of dementia for Rosner House back in 1997. So I love this community. I love the organizations here, and I just wanted to give you an experience of what it's like to kind of express yourself as a group. It usually feels pretty good, doesn't it? You know? And we go to concerts, right? And we're like, oh yeah, all right. And we still need that as we get older, don't we? We still need that. We still need that connection to expression. And today we're going to talk a little bit about, or a lot of it about, the quality of life. Can someone tell me what quality of life means to them? You can shout it out. What does quality life mean to you?
Accessibility, I heard.
Sociability?
Being independent.
Being independent? That light, I just can't see any.
I know.
Having
Having
autonomy.
I thought you said economy.
Purpose. What is purpose?
The ability to get up every day and have purpose. I'm up today. What am I here for?
Right.
Have a
And
reason to
that
get up
purpose,
every day.
When you think about your purpose in your day, it's probably going to be different from the person that you live next to, right? Everyone has a unique purpose. And so when we talk about encouraging and supporting quality of life, we want to do that in a way that honors the unique person that we are working with, right? And just because you have a diagnosis of Parkinson's or dementia or any other disease doesn't mean you don't still need that, right? And so our work at the Hummingbird Project that Stephen and I do is, our intention is to create an environment that allows people to explore their lives as they continue to unfold, right? Your life doesn't stop because you have dementia. Your life doesn't stop. You continue to have meaningful needs and moments, right? So think about a person that you love. Not their age, not their diagnosis, and not the help that they need. What makes them them?
So share out and we'll reflect back what we hear. The sense of
Their
humor.
personality.
The sense of humor.
Their sense of humor. What other things?
Sense of caring.
Sense of caring, yeah. All these things are important as we work with people with dementia.
So the idea is to think about what we look at people. They are people that are multidimensional, multifaceted, and they are individualized. So the work that we do really drills deep into the humanistic center of who people are. So one of the things that we think about frequently is diagnoses. So what we do is in our work at the Hummingbird Project, is we try to focus on the person and not just the diagnoses. As you can see here, when care becomes only tasks, the person can get smaller. So even though these are important tasks that are listed here, the care aspects of what we have to care about these individuals, we also have to remember the column on the right as well, that these are other things that are important. We can't just look at a diagnosis. We have to look at the person behind the diagnosis. And that's what makes people individual and makes people deserve to be celebrated. And I'm gonna say something really quick. My sandwich did dribble on my white pants. So if you're noticing that detail, that was a choice. A very poor choice, but it was a choice. But I know you were all thinking it, so I had to say it. But that's an important thing that we want to talk about, is the idea of looking at the whole person. And I knew you were looking at all of me and the tomato droppings on my pants. So the goal is not to replace excellent physical care. Of course, we're not trying to do that in the work that we do. We are trying to work in concert with that physical care. The goal is to support a meaningful life, seeing people as individuals and meeting them where they're at. Yep.
Absolutely. I just wanted to go through, in the column over here under whole person care.
Let me Vanna for you.
That's okay. Yeah, please, Vanna. What still gives this person life a sense of identity, a purpose, a relationship, or the relationships that you have? Being able to make a choice. Think about that, being able to make a choice. We make choices all day long. Like today, right now, you're thinking, okay, when am I going to leave? Or am I going to go to the store before I go, et cetera, et cetera. Many of the clients that we work with no longer have the ability to make those choices. And so we try to create an opportunity for them to be able to make choices. Do you want this or that, right? Humor, very important. Faith and spirituality, extremely important. Beauty is still so important to people. The environments that people live in actually contribute strongly to their quality of life. You go home and you think about your home and what that looks like and what that feels like, right? And just because you have mild cognitive impairment or some sort of dementia doesn't mean you still don't need that. You still need that. You still need those things around you that you might not be able to say, that's the picture of so-and-so, but somehow it makes you feel at home, right? And then, of course, people's stories are probably the thing that animate us most fully, I would say. And so we want to still know those stories of our clients, both the past and the present, because they're still making stories, aren't they? Yes, they're still making stories. And then belonging is one of the most important things. We talked about isolation being a major issue, right, in our healthcare system. And so feeling that sense of connection and belonging is so important for all of us, but in particular someone that is struggling or facing some obstacles in their lives because of dementia. And as it says, the goal is not to replace physical care, it's to make sure it supports a meaningful life.
So at the Hummingbird Project, we have a thing that we call our 7 domains of wellness. These are not unique. These are just what we have. These are not branded. These are things that anybody can use. But these are things that we've distilled down the idea of person-centered care to acknowledge 7 different domains that we use to engage the people with whom we're privileged to work. Those 7 domains are all listed here. I'm not going to go through them all. You all can hopefully read. If not, I can give you a handout at our table over there, number 8. Shout out to table 8.
Yes.
And our 7 different domains are all meant to be intertwined. That's why they're on a wheel, because they bounce off each other and they reflect off of each other. The idea of creativity and emotional can be combined. The idea of spirituality and intellectual can be combined. These things don't live in isolation, but they are opportunities to reach the whole person. As we say, the 7 different domains offer 7 different opportunities for activity and for joy. These are important things to remember, that we're not just monolithic individuals. We have these 7 different purposes that drive us. We have needs that are beyond our physical needs, although that is one of our domains. We have emotional and we have spiritual, we have environmental, we have all the rest of these 7 different domains here that make up the whole person.
And I want to ask you a question. Which of these domains most often gets missed when someone becomes medically complex or cognitively challenged?
Which domain gets most missed?
Emotion.
Emotional?
Most missed, like we forget about it.
So when we're focused, we forget about it on behalf of the person.
Right.
So if we're thinking about the individual who's facing some cognitive decline, which of these domains do you think gets missed? Intellectual.
I heard creative.
Creative.
Can anyone give me an example? Yes?
Well, you're so worried about their condition.
Uh-huh. Sure, from your perspective.
Thinking about the emotional impact, everything that's going around. It's a different thing for them. Whatever this different thing is, and I don't know, I'd be fearful and scary. And I think, my mother, for 10 years, we had people come to the house. So I was there regularly, and I was focused on comfort. I don't know that I paid as much attention to it as I should. I would have liked.
Thank you for sharing that personal experience. And you probably, don't be hard on yourself because, caregivers, you are the
Absolutely.
best. I just want to say, if any of you are caregivers or have been caregivers here, it's one of the hardest jobs in all jobs. So thank you for sharing that. All right.
Excellent. And we're a bit like Key. We have a little electronic memorization tool and also an analog tool to back up. So that's what we keep referring to. One thing that we would like to talk about is that we want to think about those 7 different domains and remember that we're looking at a whole person. And the key to looking at the whole person is to remain curious, to ask yourself what is possible, what is needed, but also what can be done. So curiosity about the individual is an important part of it. We do not decide what should matter. We discover what already matters to them. And that's an important aspect of that right there. The idea of listening to the person and having them talk about their own personal experience. And now I'm blocking the tomato stain, so this is now working in my favor. I want to share a quick story about this idea of being curious and about looking at the whole person. I have a client who has been with us for a number of years. When we first met this client, they were doing a lot of attention-getting behaviors. They were very bored. They felt very isolated. They felt very alone. They were literally setting trash cans on fire in the facility where they were living to get attention. We were brought in. Now this person, we've discovered a propensity this person has for writing. He has a strong desire to share his personal lived experience with the world. So we've put together a blog that he does weekly with us, but he's also gone on and published 4 books. He's written 4 books, and we're working on book number 5 right now. So we're very proud of that. The idea was that we connected with that person. We were curious. We didn't go in and say, stop doing that. We did go in and encourage him to maybe make better choices, but we also wanted to make sure that we were listening to what that internal voice was, that internal need to be heard. And that's what we celebrated, and that's what we brought forward in that person.
All right, here are some doorways back to expression. One of the things that we often find with some of our clients who are dealing with memory loss or dementia is that they don't express themselves very much. They don't talk as much, maybe because maybe it's because of the disease, maybe it's because when they say something they get corrected a lot. We definitely see that. And so these are ways to encourage expression that we use to create meaningful moments with our clients. Music, of course, it reconnects mood with memory and identity. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that when someone has Alzheimer's disease, that they lose their ability to hear or make music? Anyone believe that? True or false? False. Do you know why it's false? Anyone?
Music is in a different part of the brain.
Music is in a different part of the brain.
Music is in a different part of the brains. It's in different parts, different areas of the brain, right? It's a synesthetic relationship in the brain. So I always love to tell this story about music. I was working at Grosvenor House, and I had a client who had a pretty rare form of dementia called Pick's disease. And some of the symptoms that come from Pick's disease are that people that have it are selectively mute. They don't talk. They don't talk, but they also do not have a lot of the mores and morals too. So like if they're hungry and they walk by and you're sitting here and you have food in front of you, they'll just take the food. They won't think, oh, she's going to be upset. So she was selectively mute, but I found out through talking to her husband and that she used to sing in choir. And so I was fascinated. I said, I'm sure that music is still available in her brain. And so I introduced some songs that he told me that she was familiar with. And my gosh, her voice was so beautiful. I just get chills thinking about it. I mean, this was 26 years ago, but it was like it was yesterday. And she just sang beautifully. And as I'm playing guitar and she's singing, I changed the key. She followed me. She still had this very amazing ability of music ability in her. And one of the things that we did for her husband, who was her primary caregiver, was we created a CD of love songs for Valentine's Day. And it was just so beautiful. And I can tell you, all the people at the Adult Day Care Center saw her differently when they saw her singing, right? Even the staff there, like, oh, I didn't realize she could do that. You know, it's there. It's there.
Yeah, storytelling. Storytelling is an important part of the work that we do. As I mentioned before, we have the client that has published his own books, autobiographies, also collections of poetry and collections of letters to his wife and to his family. Storytelling is another thing that lives within us, the ability to tell a story, and we'll get into that in a little bit further in just a moment. But storytelling is something that we all do, that we learn as a very young child. We learn those words once upon a time, and those kind of stay with us throughout our lives as we look for narratives throughout our day. When someone asks you, how was your day? How many of you go into a narrative storytelling about how your day was? All of you, mostly, I would imagine, because you have that ability. Whether or not you're facing cognitive issues, there are stories that still exist, and there's stories that can be created. So that's one of the things that we look at too. Not only the stories that have been lived, but the stories that can still be lived or still created in that moment. And we'll explore that in a little bit. Drama and imagination kind of goes into play with that as well. Again, we'll go into drama and storytelling together in just a little bit, so we'll skip that for now.
Yeah, we'll have a little experience. And then, of course, the visual arts are probably the most accessible to people because they are the least risky, right? You can be alone with art and just do it on your own, and no one else has to participate, right? However, the visual arts can also be, of course, a form of expression, right?
And the visual arts doesn't have an audience until the art is done according to the artist. So sometimes that takes the pressure off of the creator.
Indeed. Now, I hope this works. Oops. Where is it?
It should
Oh, there it
advance.
is. Okay. I don't know if you've seen this video. It's around 8 years old.
Get out of your way.
At this point. But I just feel like it's one of the best examples of how music, in this case, brought joy and life to a woman who was dealing with dementia and physical disability. Please work. Ooh. 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 Oh. No, that's not it. That's a
Ella había sido una de las seleccionadas por este proyecto, habíamos visto que su caso podía ser interesante e hicimos una búsqueda de las canciones que ella había bailado cuando era joven, ¿no? Y
Sorry about that.
ella había incluso sido protagonista de muchas de ellas. Por suerte teníamos escritos suyos antiguos donde ella relataba muchas de estas canciones. Al fin y al cabo, cuando el día que nosotros la pudimos conocer, pues la podíamos ver un poco triste, la podíamos ver un poco nerviosa.
Oh, you wanted to stop it?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't want to see all of it?
No,
Okay,
I was ready to move
all right.
on.
Okay,
Yeah.
move on. What do you mean?
What do you
No,
mean?
but I mean, so what changed when you saw that lovely woman? What changed in her from the beginning?
She was alive and her arm movements were excellent. We saw a smile.
She was very focused and engaged in what she was doing.
She was very focused and engaged in what she was doing. She was passionate.
Do you see the amazing hand-eye coordination and movement in her?
She was in the moment, right? She was present in that moment.
Yes, she was present in that moment. And that's one of the benefits of music in general, is that music is presence making. And many of our clients with memory loss are great bodhisattvas, I will call them, which are like Buddhist saints, because they teach us how to be present. Because that's all they have often, is right now, right here, right? And so it's so beautiful to see when music can just enter this human being's experience and just enliven them. Whether they have dementia or not, this is beautiful. It's beauty.
Absolutely. All right, this is the part I warned you about. We're going to talk about storytelling and drama. I want to ask you, what is this picture that you see here? What is happening in this picture? Ooh, zooming in.
Just zooming in.
Thank you. Look at that.
Who's zooming in?
We are technologically advanced up here today. Look at us go. We're making up for our mistakes earlier. What is happening in this image? A woman is flying a plane. Okay, where is she flying the plane to?
Kitty Hawk?
Kitty Hawk, wherever she wants to go. Other answers? The grocery store. Okay, let's say grocery store. So a woman is flying a plane to the grocery store. What is this woman's name? Amelia? Amelia? Amelia Earhart? So Amelia Earhart is flying her plane to the store, to the grocery store. What is she going to get when she gets there? Milk. Okay. Amelia Earhart is flying her plane to the grocery store to get milk because, why does she need the milk? For her grandbaby. So for her grandbaby, she needs to get this milk. So she's going to fly her plane to the grocery store to get milk. So what we all just experienced right there was a story, right? A story has 3 parts. What are the 3 parts of a story? It's a quick test. A beginning, a middle, and an end. Yes, a beginning, B-M-E, the beginning, middle, and end. So we created that story just off this image. Now this is a technique pioneered by a drama specialist named Ann Bastings. It's called time slips. I encourage you to look it up. They've got a wonderful website with wonderful resources. But the idea is that we made the story. The story didn't pre-exist. The story was in us. And in this moment, together, collaboratively, we made that story. The story is something that can happen as we, I bragged about our technical prowess, and now we're back. The story is what has happened, and we captured it through our own work. Okay, and now we're going to talk a little bit about drama. Drama is a little bit different because drama happens in the moment, whereas story is reflective, right? Story is a reflective, we made it up, it was in past tense. She flew her plane to the grocery store so that she could buy milk for her grandchild, all right? In drama, we are making things up on the spot. So I need a volunteer. I need a volunteer, a very brave volunteer, a volunteer that doesn't care what people think about them, a volunteer that just wants to have a good time. All right, sir, why don't you step on up here, please?
Yay, give my hand.
We have a special prize. You get to choose one of these flower bouquets to take home. No. So what we're going to do is we're going to do an exercise called one-word story. Okay. This is what I do with my clients often. And what it is basically is we're going to make up a story in the moment. It's a drama. But we're going to make up that story by each of us telling one word at a time. Okay, and we all know that all stories start, the best stories start with what words? Once upon a time, okay? Or in the beginning, that's a good story. All right, let's say it starts with once upon a time. I will go first, then you will add a word, then I will add a word. So I will say once.
Upon.
A.
Time.
There.
Was.
A.
Dragon.
Whose.
Nose.
Was.
Extremely.
Small.
His.
Feet.
Was.
Large.
But.
They.
Were.
Made.
To.
Dance.
So.
The.
Dragon.
Decided.
To.
Go.
To.
The.
Mall.
And.
Get.
Milk.
For.
His.
Party.
All right, give our friend a hand. Excellent, well done. What is your name?
My name is Vincent.
Vincent, thank you. Well done, Vincent. You can get your parting prize. We planned that ahead of time. We worked that out, so that wasn't, no. We made that up entirely in the moment. Drama happens in the moment. Stories are things that happen in the past. Steve?
All right. So a little word about visual arts. A voice without requiring perfect words, right? So you can draw, you can do collage, you can do all these kinds of different things. And they give you the choice. You get to make the choice. You get to initiate the choice. That's your agency. You can be proud of your artistic accomplishment. You're looking at some pictures from art show that we had at the Burlingame Library of our clients from all over the different hummingbird regions. And a very funny story, and not funny, a very interesting story, is that one of the artists who lives in Los Angeles flew up to Burlingame just to come to this art show where her art was.
And she brought her family with
And
her.
she brought her family with her, yeah. And it was wonderful. One of our long-term clients, who is a retired psychiatrist, he didn't start doing art until he was diagnosed with dementia and started showing symptoms. He says, when making art, I'm as free as a bird. And I can just see him. He would always say that. We would go for walks around Golden Gate Park, and he would say, you know, this is the place. This is what we should be doing. I used to tell my clients all the time that, you know what, we're not going to sit in this office. We're going to go and walk outside because nature is so important for us. We have to feel that connection, you know? So wise still, so wisely still. What we keep seeing in our sessions, when the whole person is invited, people often show us more expression. We talked about that. They make more choices. They feel more connected to others. They have an experience of joy. They feel like they belong somewhere and they are seen. And they feel like they have purpose. These are not extras. They wouldn't be in your life, and they shouldn't be in a person with dementia's life. They are as important as the care that they receive.
So wrapping this up, I know that we could stay here all day and be silly, but we have to wrap it up. We want to talk about 3 patterns that you can use tomorrow working with anyone in your encounters with anyone, but things to keep in mind is this idea of being curious. Number 1, always be curious. The world is full of wonderful stories to be heard and to be shared, and we won't know them unless we ask. And the only way we can do that is by reaching out to others to hear the stories they have. I once had a professor that told me that every single person in the world has a story inside of them that if you knew it, it would break your heart. And it's something to remember, that everybody has a lived experience. But if you knew that story, it could change your world and it could change your perspective on the world. So it's a way of thinking, always be curious. The next thing is to follow the person. Now, to follow the person means go where they go. In drama therapy and in drama improvisation work, we have a term called yes and, which is what Vincent so proudly displayed, which is that you just say yes to whatever's being offered to you, and then you add the word and. So if you ask someone, where would you like to go today? And they say, I would like to go to the park, and you say yes, and we can look at the birds while we're there. So we are validating that person's experience, we are following their suggestion, and we are adding to it. It becomes a cumulative experience that celebrates that person. And then finally, we create meaning before activity. So we don't just do the activities for activity's sake. There's a meaning behind it. There's a reason for doing this. And this is to celebrate that person and to celebrate the whole person. Not just to do fun things just to be fun, but to find a reason for expression or one of those seven different domains of wellness that we shared about earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Meaningful engagement is less about having the perfect activity and more about asking the right questions and having the courage to try something new. It's a risk, trying something new. Try it. All right. All right, so just to sum things up here, the Hummingbird Project was built around curiosity, creativity, and connection. And we partner by learning the person's story, which we've been talking about. We design a customized quality of life plan, and we pair the person with a trained engagement specialist, offering one-on-one, group, virtual, and activity kits as well. These are just the broad services that we do offer through our therapeutic engagement. Every interaction is an opportunity to see more of the person, and that's just something we always try to encourage our team members to hold. You know, there's always some meaning in the moment with our clients. And now we have to end with a song.
You thought you were safe.
One of my clients' favorite songs is "All my bags are packed, I'm ready to go. I'm standing here outside your door. I hate to wake you up to say
goodbye.
But the dawn is breaking, it's early morn. Taxi's waiting, he's blowing his horn. Already I'm so lonesome, I could cry. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, I hate to go.
I tried to harmonize. That wasn't good. Thank you very much. Question? Should we do questions? Should we do questions? Should we do questions?
Do you want to do questions?
Do we have any questions? I don't know if we want to take time for any questions or more sing-alongs. Well, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your supporting our presentation today. It's a real pleasure to talk with you. We really appreciate it.
It's so weird.
So weird.
I can't do it. There. Okay, well, we can't let them leave without a little parting gift. And I mean, they were the only ones that sang so far. I mean, I don't know if Lars or Noelia will be singing later, but I can certainly say that we are appreciative of all you do for our senior community and helping them thrive and helping their families get to see a little bit of them.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, you guys. It was such a pleasure.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Keep singing.
Keep singing.
All right, guys. We're going to take a 5-minute break because we'd really like to encourage you to buy some raffle tickets. We did just get a couple more raffle items that came in. And we've got some eager raffle ticket holders waiting to sell them to you back there. So $5 a ticket, 3 for $10. You can't beat that kind of a deal. That's 6 for $20 if you don't have change. And we will see you back here in 5. Okay?
let's get seated. Unless you're buying a raffle ticket, then you keep standing. It's fine. How are you? I haven't met you.
Okay, everybody. How's everybody doing? We're back. Everybody got any friends outside that are lingering around? Lingering? This has been really cool. I've really enjoyed getting to know everybody. Hope you guys are having fun. We've got another speaker coming up, and to introduce them is a guy you might recognize. He's yelled at you twice, 3 times to come sit down. Most of you have done it. Key Siadatin, thank you.
All right, everybody, so let's give this next person our full attention. I know there's a lot of excited chatter out there, but this is going to be a great conversation. Earlier today, Dr. Ayati talked about, as we all live longer, how we're going to pay for it. Well, I think this next person might have some answers to that. So I've known him for a long time. In fact, I first got to know him through his better half, Jamie. And some of you guys who have been here may have encountered them over the last, decade plus. I've known them, for way longer, but it is my pleasure to introduce Lars Larsen. He is the president of Heritage Financial North, private wealth advisor. Lars was born in Denmark, a highly taxed country with a social safety net that even provides assistance with home health care, assisted living, and skilled nursing. He realized early on the concerns of so many Americans regarding their retirement planning, which helped shape the focus and philosophy of Heritage Financial North. Since 2003, his approach to planning has been holistic, encompassing wealth management, retirement and tax planning, portfolio management, legacy, and long-term care planning. As a financial planner and investment advisor, Lars is an investment fiduciary providing objective advice, always putting his clients' interests first. So come on up here, Lars, and take it away. So we've got 2 mics. Put this on. This is for our audience at home. We're live streaming. There's a magnet on the back if you take it out.
Trying to figure this thing out.
We're just going to mic up here for those who are live streaming.
Okay.
And there you go.
Okay, perfect. And we got a clicker. Beautiful.
There you go.
Okay. Well, I know it's been a long day with a lot of information, so hopefully you still got a little bit of room left up here. I'll try to do the best I can to keep it light. I will not be singing for you. That was some beautiful singing earlier, so I'll spare you for my sad voice. Anyhow, yeah, I'll save you from that as well. So we're going to talk about how to pay for all this stuff, right? You heard a lot. I mean, you see, I'm looking at all the tables out here, right? And you see a lot of people offering services when it comes to how do we get help with long-term care. But the one part that we haven't talked much about is the price, and it is quite expensive. So basically, I'm going to talk about it not from an insurance perspective, but just all the different ways you may be able to pay for long-term care. Like he mentioned, I grew up in Denmark. So I had 2 parents that in the last few years went through the process of final stages of life. My dad ended up in home health care, and then went to assisted living, and then ended up in the skilled nursing home. But because it was in Denmark, they didn't cost him anything. That's a different concept, right? That would have cost a fortune over here, and you know that. My mom died at home, but with home health care. But my wife have 2 parents, both of them, dad died with dementia. In long-term care, very expensive, obviously, and it was a long process, as you heard the statistics on that. And mom is currently early stages, dealing with home care. So it's very personal, and it is something that's important, and it's a struggle to figure out how to do it. So let's dive in and talk about some of these different ways you can deal with this. I have a slide in there that I had to have on there from compliance because I'm an investment advisor. You don't have to read it, but we're not going to talk about any investments or products, but it still had to be in there. All right. So sounds like you heard a little bit about longevity earlier. I'm just going to mention it because it is very important. And was that covered thoroughly earlier? Okay, I'm going to skip it over so we don't have to repeat stuff, but we're living longer. One interesting fact about all these stats about longevity is usually when you hear all these numbers about how long average life expectancies are, they leave out that if we live here in the Bay Area, generally speaking, we live longer. Stanford Center on Longevity did a research study saying based on the zip code you live in, and that has something to do with education, lifestyle, and the type of healthcare we can get, we actually live significantly longer in places like this versus if you're in Detroit, Michigan. So that is also a factor that plays into how you plan for your long-term care needs. I'm not going to give you any long-term care stats on Alzheimer's. You've had plenty of information on that, so we're going to skip over that. We're going to go straight to the piggy bank. Long-term care is expensive, right? And that's my presentation. Thank you. Just kidding. It is expensive, so how the heck do we pay for this? And there's lots of ways to do this. So compliance, again, maybe put this slide in here. The numbers in here are California averages, and you know they're going to be lower for averages for California because we live in the Bay Area where everything is more expensive. But if we just take a look at assisted living community, entry level, it says $84,000, right? And you know that around here, I don't think you can get away for less than 6 figures in most cases, right? And that's usually in the basic entry-level care. So again, that money has to come from somewhere. So how do we pay for it? So there's 3 different routes you can go when it comes to long-term care. I'll start with the one on the right. It says Medicaid, or here in California, we call it Medi-Cal. And quite frankly, that is sort of the last resort. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that today. Medi-Cal usually is something that when you go into a skilled nursing home on private pay, once the money runs out, they won't kick you out and you can stay in the nursing home on Medi-Cal and you just pay what you make. There are some pilot programs, different places, different counties, but it's very limited. So we're not going to, again, for most of us in the room, we're not planning on using Medi-Cal. So how do we use the resources you have? How do you plan ahead to afford this? And the button on the left says long-term care insurance. Well, that's an option. Now, some of you in the room are already at an age where they may not sell it to you. That's the irony, right? You got to be healthy enough, just like with life insurance, or you can't buy fire insurance or homeowners insurance when your house is on fire, right? It's too late. So same thing with long-term care, but we'll talk about different types of long-term strategy, policies, if you will, and then we'll talk about private pay. And there's no right or wrong, it's just a matter of, in fact, if I sat down with every single one of you in the room, we'd probably find a different strategy that would fit for your needs based on your life, your investments, your savings, your pension, whatever it might be. That all dictates all these other parts of how you should be doing this. So let's talk about long-term care insurance options. And again, at a certain point, you're going to age out of that as an option. It just flat out either they won't take you or it gets too expensive. But there's generally speaking 3 types of long-term care insurance. On the first left side, we have the traditional long-term care insurance as most of us know it. And that's what's been around forever and ever and ever. Less and less companies are actually offering it. They're realizing that more and more people are needing it. And that's a lousy deal for an insurance company. They don't really want to pay you, they just want to take your premiums, right? So many of them, just like if you look at your homeowners insurance, a lot of companies are just pulling out of California for your homeowners insurance. Same thing with long-term care insurance. So I rarely look at it. There can be cases where it's appropriate, and I'm not saying rule it out. It's kind of what we call throwaway insurance. It's like your term life insurance, you pay into it, but if you die healthy, right, the money's gone. Now, one of the catches with traditional long-term care insurance, I would say, in the last few years, I've had a lot of clients walk into my office with an insurance, a long-term care policy that they bought 20 years ago or longer. They've been paying in faithfully for all these years. And all of a sudden, the insurance companies found out that we're living too long and too many of us are needing care. And they're going, we can't afford to pay all these claims. So they went to the insurance commissioner saying, hey, we got to raise the rates. And so these letters have had a pattern saying we're going to do one of three. You can either double your premium, even though you paid for all these years, now we're going to double what's going to cost you. And that's not a great letter to get when you're 80 and you might actually need this soon. Or they say we can also cut your benefits in half. Well, thank you very much. That's great. That wasn't what I paid for all these years, but that's a choice. That's the only way they're staying in business. Or we can give you your premiums back, which is a terrible option, right? So it's not my favorite choice, to be honest, but it is in some cases, if they offer you a good plan through work or you happen to come across a good plan, it's worth considering, okay? The two on the right are kind of newer types of hybrid plans. The first one is what they call an annuity-based long-term care hybrid. Now, what the heck are those? So they usually require a lump sum of money up front. So that's the tough part with if you don't have a lump sum, right? All your money's in your IRA, it doesn't work. There are some versions that can do that. But in general, where traditional long-term care, you can just pay as you go, a little bit every year, right? And I say a little bit, it's not a little bit, but you still pay as you go. In the annuity, I'll give you a couple of examples of where they can fit in. I sat down with a gentleman last year. He used to take care of his parents financially, and then they passed, and now both the brothers are clients. So we did a review, and I was going, okay, here are your investments, here is this, here is that. And all of a sudden, we came across this big CD. Now, this is a gentleman my age. And I was going, why do you have this big CD? You don't really need this money for your day-to-day. What's it there for? And he goes, well, I saw what happened to mom and dad, and I need to save some money that's not going through the market cycles. So I have this money sitting for long-term care in my CD. And I was going, okay, well, that's still growing very slowly, right, for someone who's in their 50s. So instead, we looked at this particular style of investments. It's an annuity product where it grows safely, like a CD, but it has a long-term care feature, so some of the interest pays for the long-term care. Instead of having his $100,000 CD that would give him $100,000 worth of care, the annuity would either have the $100,000 if he died for his family, and grow with some interest. But if he needed long-term care, immediately gave him $300,000 worth of long-term care protection. So it's going, well, the CD would never grow to that, right? So in his case, because he had that lazy money sitting there anyways, and it was earmarked for long-term care, he was healthy enough to get it. So it's an instant way for him to get some greater long-term care. And then we threw a long-term care rider, inflation rider on it. So when he actually hits his 70s and 80s, it'll be more like $500,000 worth of care. So in cases like that, it might actually be appropriate. But it doesn't fit you if you don't have money sitting around for that, right? So it has to come from somewhere. Another client I came across inherited a bunch of money. She was a teacher, never had a lot of money before. All of a sudden, she got a very large inheritance. And so we sat down, did a financial plan, and she goes, I'm worried about long-term care because both mom and dad dealt with it. Same story. And I says, yeah, but you got millions. You can private pay. We'll talk about private pay in a second here. And she goes, yeah, I know, but I'm frugal. I've been a teacher my whole life. Even though I now have millions, I can't spend my money. So if I needed assisted living or home care, I do the cheapest thing I can get. And I was going, and some of you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Even all of a sudden, as we get older, we've accumulated our nest eggs. But our spending habits, the reason we have money is because we've been squirreling away and we have those habits. So in her case, we ended up taking same thing. She had lots of CDs because she couldn't get herself to invest all the money. And we took some of that money and converted it for a simple reason, so that she could say, this is money that's going to earmark, that's not going to take away from the kids. So she can get the best home care, the best assisted living, and we have a policy for that reason. So if you're like that, that might be a reason to get it if you have money sitting around that's just sitting there anyways. Now, on the right, they have it's called life insurance hybrids. And that's a newer type of insurance plan too. And there's different kinds. There's some where you can pay a little bit as you go for the rest of your life, like with a traditional long-term care insurance. And it's kind of a mixture of life insurance, so if you never use it, the life insurance death benefit is still paid to the family, your spouse, your kids, whatever it might be. There are others where you put in a larger sum up front so they can give you more long-term care or more death benefit. And there's no right or wrong on these. These are things to explore. I was sitting down with a gentleman a month ago, probably, new client coming in the office, and he was just getting ready for retirement. He's 65. And he had a big cash value life insurance policy in addition to his investments. Let's go, you really don't need this life insurance anymore because you got lots of money in your brokerage account and your retirement accounts and your homes. Why do you have this life insurance? And he goes, well, I like to leave something extra for the kids. And I was going, well, we can take that cash value. And he was paying into this life insurance still at 65 and was going to pay till he died. So instead, we could convert that life insurance policy with cash value and create a hybrid policy that still has a death benefit, a little bit less death benefit because he wasn't paying into it anymore. But now all of a sudden he had a lump sum of money that could either be used for long-term care, or whatever he didn't use can now be used or still go to the family. So you die healthy, it now goes to the kids. You spend half the money, the other half goes to the kids, kind of thing. And if he uses it up, that's fine too. But it's another way to take something he probably didn't need and convert it to something a little bit more useful to help him pay for long-term care. So that's a very quick idea of different insurance policies. But just know there's different kinds. So make sure you look around and see if you need these. It doesn't mean you need them, but they could come in handy, right? It all depends on the rest of your financial picture, quite frankly. All right, I'm gonna just keep going because you've been here for a long time today. The other option is just using your assets. For some of you, you have enough money to pay for it out of pocket as much as you don't want to. Your nest egg might be great enough where you don't need to buy insurance. Now, could you still add insurance? Sure, but let's just talk about ways to private pay. So if you look at our little nest eggs there, the first egg on top, that's your IRA. And most of us, outside of our house, your retirement accounts for most of us are our largest assets, right? Because you've been squirreling away in your 401k, your 403b, your IRAs, whatever it might be. And that money's been sitting there. Once you hit 73 now, a little bit higher age, you must start taking that money out, right? And even if you never pay taxes, it's gotta come out. And it's the worst money, by the way, you can pass on to your family because it's 100% taxable. Yet we're taking just the minimums out of these things. So if you're looking at private pay and you're looking at ways to do that, the IRA usually is one of the best places you can look first. Now let's talk about why. Again, if you pass on the IRA to your kids, 100% taxable, right? And a lot of times when your kids get it, it's at their peak of their earning years. It's not like when you were younger where the kids are barely scraping by. By the time they get your IRA, they're usually making a ton of money. So they're in a high tax bracket. So that IRA is going to be taxed at a very high level. Now, if you're getting some of these people here helping you at home, or if you're at one of the assisted livings, you're spending significant money on long-term care. That's a health-related expense. Now, on the fine print, it says, please consult with a tax person, because I can't give you tax advice because I don't know you. But generally speaking, if you're paying for long-term care, you can use that as a deductible expense to offset some of your income. Most people, unless you have really good pensions and rental income and that kind of stuff, most people spend more on long-term care than they make. So in most cases, people can actually write off some of those expenses and get money out tax-free from your retirement accounts. Now again, I say this carefully, you got to run this by your CPA, but if you can get that money out tax-free, instead of your kids paying 30-40% on it, that's like getting 30-40% discount on your long-term care. I mean, why not? So look to your retirement accounts first and see if it makes sense. Now again, it takes a little bit more looking closely with some professionals or some good research, but I would start there. The next very important part when it comes to your money is as we get to the age where we need long-term care, that's usually where our assets are the biggest of our life. Your home that you bought 30 years ago all of a sudden has gone up tremendously in value, right? If you were to sell it, you're going to pay a ton of capital gains. Your brokerage account that used to be small all of a sudden is very large, and you may have a lot of capital gains in there. So be careful before you start selling something to pay for long-term care. Sometimes you go, oh, we're just going to sell the house. Well, that might be the right choice, or maybe it's the only choice, but before you do, let's take a look at something called stepped-up basis. It's got nothing to do with long-term care, but it's got everything to do with taxes. When we die, all that capital gains that otherwise would have been taxed if you sell in your lifetime, all of a sudden step up in basis to the next generation. It also happens to step up when your spouse passes. So like in my parents' case, or my wife's case, dad died first, right? So had there been assets at my parents' estate, right? Instead of selling it then, we could say, oh, now we have a brand new tax basis. We can start selling things because we no longer have to worry about that capital gains. On the other hand, if there's a single person and there is no step up, we might look for other ways to navigate this. So we'll look at some examples for that. In fact, it's a perfect lead into looking at your home. For most of us, probably I would say 99% of us in the area, right? Our home is one of our absolute biggest assets living in the Bay Area. Some of you look at it and go, wow, I paid $30,000 for this thing and it's worth $3 million. It's absurd, right? Or even if you paid $1 million, it's worth 2 or 3, right? It's still one of our largest assets. So how can we utilize that? And there's lots of ways to do that. I saw a booth outside with Doug wearing the little straw hat where you can look at reverse mortgages. You could rent out the house or you can sell it. So I'll tell you a story. This is a client I was sitting down with, existing client, but dad just went into a boarding care. Dad's got Alzheimer's. As you go, Lars, he's got $300,000 left. We're worried about him burning through that before he dies. And chances are it's very possible. So in the meantime, he is moved out of the house, right? So we go, well, that's an asset. Now, first of all, because of this step up in basis conversation, we're saying, well, let's not sell this thing. And she goes, yeah, but we really want to sell it. Her and her sister, we did the math. If they sell the house now to pay for long-term care, because it's just sitting empty right now, it would cost them about $500,000 in taxes that they would inherit otherwise. Now, again, we're taking care of dad first, right? So that's primary concern. But dad wouldn't want him to lose that $500,000 in taxes if we can bypass it. So in their case, I said, you know what? You really should, and he can't get a reverse mortgage, by the way, because he's not living there. So in his case, go, okay, we got to figure out how to rent out the house. With the rental income, now, the house, by the way, this is one of those things, right? You go, the house is a mess. There's 50 years worth of stuff. So we got to get the house cleaned up. There's a pool that's not fenced, right? There's a lot of issues with this. But at the expense of $500,000 in taxes, it still makes sense to go through some hoops and paying some money up front to get the house rental ready so that we can make that money last so that when he does pass, they can get that step up in basis. That just makes financial sense, right? So now, had he been staying at home with home health care, well, use the money he has first, obviously. And then as we start getting closer, we can start looking at a reverse mortgage. Now, in his case, that didn't make sense. My neighbor 3 houses down just died at 97, and he did not want to leave his house. We live up in Belmont, and he was going, there's no way, I'm never moving. And good for him. So in his case, he goes, I'm thinking about one of these reverse mortgages, but they're expensive. Let's go, yes, they are. But you know what? You want to stay in your house? You know what? Stay in your house. Why not? It's just money sitting in the walls. Now, it did eat up some of his inheritance for the family. But you know what? He got to finish his life out where he wanted to be. And he ended up still leaving a very nice inheritance behind. So why not? So reverse mortgages are a very viable option. Don't take them too soon, because the older you are, the more money you can pull out, and of course it kind of works backwards. So it's one of those things, but it's a very viable option for paying for long-term care. Now again, very important, if there's 2 of you, husband and wife, and you're thinking that one of you may want to move out later, right? So remember, if you ever move out and assisted living is in the cards, a reverse mortgage could run into a problem if you move out and you don't want to sell the house for tax purposes. So just think about these things. So it's a little bit of a chess game whenever you're looking at all these options, saying, okay, what else might happen in our life? Are we going to stay here? Are we going to move? But that could dictate which of these options makes sense. But in some cases, selling the house, if you have to, I mean, it can free up an awful lot of money, especially if one spouse passes, right? Now you got that step up in basis, you pay no taxes. And if you don't want to be in that big old house and you want to move somewhere, well, sell it. You can use all that equity and have a very comfortable life wherever it might need to be. So any questions on any of these things before? Yes?
Do you have to own the house outright for reverse mortgage?
So the question is, do you have to own the house outright for reverse mortgage? And the answer is, generally speaking, no. But just like anytime you refinance with a mortgage company, they want to pay off the other mortgage. So let's say they say, okay, you could have $600,000 worth of new loan on the reverse mortgage and you owe $200,000. They're going to pay off the $200,000 first. And then you get a balance of $400,000 that you could either get as a line of credit. And if you do it that way, you only pay interest as you take it out. If you take the lump sum and just stick it in the bank, you are paying more in interest on the loan that you're making in the bank. So usually I would just take it out as you go. But good question. All right. Okay, I'm going to keep going. What do I do with the clicker? Oh, sorry.
How expensive is the reverse mortgage?
How expensive is a reverse mortgage? I'm going to tread lightly. They're more expensive than a traditional mortgage. There's.
How about in comparison to equity line?
So she goes in comparison to an equity line. They're completely different animals because at equity line you got to make payments, right? And you got to qualify for it. So a reverse mortgage, you can get it as long as you, based on age and based on equity in the house. Equity line sometimes are cheaper. In fact, well, these days mortgage world is different, right? But in general, an equity line is nice because you can draw on it if you need to. You can sit there usually at no cost. But you have to make payments. So they're not complete apples to apples. So the reverse mortgage is more expensive, but it's one of those things that if it's your only choice, I mean, don't go without, right? Sometimes we can penny pinch so much. And like I was saying with my neighbor who died at 97, there was still $1 million left in the house. And he's going, oh, I don't want to pay this. It's going, yeah, but why are you going without? Get the proper care, age with dignity, right? So it's one of those things. Now, are there other ways that could be smarter sometimes? Yeah, but let's look at all the options and then pick the one that makes the most sense. So great question.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm going to skip to, so I'm actually almost through. And so in general, when you're coming to these conversations, you want to look at all your options. You want to look at your investments. What do they look like? Do we have equity, right? If we're young enough and we have the assets to buy insurance, does it make sense? And in some cases it does, in some cases it doesn't. I don't think everybody in the room needs long-term care insurance. Some of you, it makes sense based on your personalities, your net worth, all that kind of stuff. And this is where just sitting down with somebody that understands tax implications, understands the world of long-term care, and quite frankly understands just sometimes if I left that same money alone in a good diversified portfolio, how's that going to grow? How's it going to get taxed, right? There are so many different variables. And it even comes down to things like your comfort level with risk and investing and all that kind of stuff, right? So there's absolutely no right or wrong. The key thing is have a conversation about it. And in other words, don't just go, well, we'll deal with that when we get there. If you talk about it like anything in life, right? What you plan for today. How's that go with a tree, right? You planted a tree today, right? So talk about it today, hopefully way ahead of the needs for this conversation so that when the time arises, you have a plan, a strategy in place. So I think that was all I had. I don't need to get into any more details on that. So with that said, if you have questions from me, you're welcome to reach me personally. My information is up here. So that's my phone number and my email. You're welcome to reach out if you have questions on any of the stuff, whether it's long-term care related or not. Happy to answer questions for you. Any questions before I wrap it up? And lots of hands. Yes.
For those of us who did the 20 years ago bought the long-term care insurance, how fast can they keep increasing the premiums?
Did you get the letter or?
Oh, I've already.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Technically speaking, if it was up to them, they would do it all. The question is, how often can they keep raising your rates? They have to show need. So it's not they can't do it at their own will. They have to go to the insurance commissioner saying, hey, we can't sustain unless we raise it. And then unfortunately, it's just getting so expensive. So you might see more of these. It stinks, quite frankly. And for whatever it's worth, that cannot happen on some of the hybrids, because you came in with a larger sum of money, so they're priced in for that. They're more newer, but unfortunately, you might see more of those. And it's a case by case where you got to say, okay, can I afford the higher premiums, or does it make sense to just reduce my benefit and still have something? And so it's a very personal, unfortunate kind of situation.
And can they restrict or reduce your
Yes. So those are already in the contract from day one. So the question is, can they get to you other ways? Well, they can certainly, like with all insurance, and you know this with insurance companies, they're terrible, right? You crash your car, they don't want to pay for it, right? Even going to the doctor sometimes is hard to get them to pay for stuff. So just like with long-term care insurance, it's very specific. All the rules are in your policy up front. So normally you have to have, let's say, a 90-day waiting period. So that's your copay, if you will. After 90 days, you normally have to qualify for 2 activities of daily living. Now, that is where working with someone who understands the industry a little bit, some of these healthcare professionals that you find around here, they know how to talk to the insurance companies and specifically saying, okay, the doctor says I need help with this, and therefore I'm paying for that, and here's my medical condition causing that. So again, it's understanding how to read the fine print of the policy. But if you meet the criteria, they have to pay it to you. Yes.
Oh, here, hold on, I got a mic. You don't have to yell. There you go.
No, I know one friend, he had one long-term care, and then that company went out of business.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So he paid his premium for a long time.
Yeah, no, that is a problem, right? So in general, and that's in anything you do in life, right? You want to deal with a solvent, highly rated company if you're going to buy any. And again, with some of these traditional policies, more and more are pulling out because it's getting too expensive, and that's unfortunate. So in general, anytime you deal with an insurance company, make sure they're highly rated, and look at all the options. So great point.
So when do you know to buy long-term care or not to have it? Because you have a certain amount of money. So when you think it's enough that you don't need long-term?
That's a great question, and it's not one that I sort of had a suspicion someone was going to ask that one. And it's very personal, quite frankly. So it's a little bit like I get this question all the time. So how much money do I have to have in my investments to retire? Well, I don't know. What's your lifestyle look like? Do you have a pension? Do you not have a pension, right? So depending on your specific situation, we can look at, okay, because I don't know what your Social Security looks like, if you have pensions, if you have rental properties, what other income do you have? So it's really just looking and say, okay, what do we have in assets? What do we have in income? And what would it cost to get certain level of long-term care? And where could we pay for that from? If you have the assets, you probably don't need it. And again, this is, but on the other hand, if you're kind of, usually where it falls for a lot of people, they're sort of on the fence, right? Where you're going, well, we probably could do it, and we don't need this portion of the money, right? So it's very personal. And sometimes it's even, I see people where we go, okay, like I told you about the teacher, she did not need long-term care insurance whatsoever, but she wanted it because it worked for her personality. Yes?
Most of the long-term insurance have a cap, like 300,000 or 400,000. So they don't pay anything beyond that, you know.
That's true. You know, it's like all insurance, right? Just like with the car insurance, homeowners insurance, you get a certain amount of, you can pay more to get more insurance if you want to. And that's the other part is, don't over-insure in general. Make sure you have sufficient insurance, right? Like anytime you walk into the car insurance office, they're going to say, oh, you need to have this much insurance, right? It's go, well, maybe not, right? Or maybe it's okay to have a high deductible and pay less, right? So that's where you got to look at it from it, not from what the salesperson is telling you, but just saying, okay, how do we make the numbers work? 2 plus 2, by the way, is always 4, no matter how you slice it, right? So if you got this much money and you have this much income, and we know that long-term care could cost this much, can we make it add up one way or the other, right? It is just a mathematical equation. I saw some other hands.
Where's the hand?
Yes.
Oh, here, I'm coming. I'm coming.
I know we didn't talk about it, but revocable and irrevocable trusts, putting your money, setting those trusts up and putting your money in there potentially, family members. What do you see that as an advantage for what we're talking about?
That's a great question. Years ago, we used to talk a lot about that. The irrevocable trust, unless you do, and this is completely not long-term care related, but there are some tax planning conversations. Estate taxes now are so high. If you're married, you can have $30 million and your family pays no estate tax. Now, there are ways where irrevocable trust, if you have more money than that, or you're worried about, estate taxes dropping back down again, there are some whole other conversations there, but I'm gonna try to tie that back into the long-term care conversations. Years ago, it used to be that if you used irrevocable trust, so Medi-Cal has a look-back period. If your goal is to end up in a nursing home and not pay anything more than you make, you could hide your money, put it in an irrevocable trust, and have it go away for 5 years, and now there's no look-back. But you don't want to do that. If you're asking the question, you probably don't need to worry about that. So I'm assuming that wasn't the point of the question. You're welcome if you want to have that conversation offline. There are some uses for it. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish, to be honest. There is less use for them today from the traditional format that we used to have them. There used to be all kinds of irrevocable trusts where there was a marital trust, where it's an A and B trust. We're trying to escape some of the estate tax issues. Those are kind of not that big anymore, but it's got nothing to do with long-term care. But again, those are conversations I love having. If you got questions about that, so we can take that.
I have a question.
Yes.
So when talking about LTC care and insurance, I hear a lot more from older people, like not, 60 plus, talking, oh, should I get it?
Right.
But in my, thinking, and there's younger people in this room, what is your opinion on a good time to start thinking about or start implementing, some type of plan for yourself?
Oh boy, that's a really good question, and it's a tough question. A little bit like the question over here: should we buy it or not? Right. So what's tough is usually when we're younger, we're planning for other things. We're trying to put the kids through college. That's expensive. We're trying to save for retirement. That's expensive, right? So it's a little bit of you only have what income you have, right? We can't change that part. So the question is, out of what you have, we got to prioritize where that money goes. And the other thing is on the flip side of that, right? Like if you would put money in your IRA that didn't go into the long-term care policy, if that has 30 years to compound, that could be a significant amount of money later down the road, right? So there isn't a specific time. I have not bought long-term care insurance yet. I'm 59. And what's interesting is I've talked about long-term care insurance for decades, right? And it's one of those things I used to go, oh, I'm going to buy when I'm here, but then I funded the kids, funded retirement, funded our investment, and all of a sudden the investments have been doing really good, and I was going, well, maybe I don't need it, right? So it's there is no right or wrong. It's very, very personal, and it's really just mapping out, saying, okay, we have extra money, or sometimes is when there's an inheritance. It's a great time to say, okay, now we can reevaluate, saying, okay, we got $1 million. Mom lived in a house, and we got the $1 million from the house. What do we do with that? Because now it's fresh money, right? We can now start having different purposes with this money because it's outside of what was there, right? So, oh boy, it's a great question. And unless we're looking at again your life specifically, what's happening, where you are, is there a surplus, right? And if you're fortunate enough where you got a big bonus because you work at Google, good for you. But then maybe you don't need it, but if you feel better about right? So it's very personal. It is.
I think that a lot of times it's the people my age watching their parents go through significant illnesses, cancer and whatnot, and not having that or having that, and that natural response to that, and and I think that's where that's coming from. So I do get that question, not all the time, but I have gotten it several times, and usually it's when I'm in a home care facility.
Yeah.
In a care facility where there's a person my age, coming in around,
right.
And it's an interesting development, I think, within our sandwich generation right now.
It is so complicated, isn't it? And that's where sometimes you just got to look at all your options and then start picking your battles and start checking one thing off at the time in the order of priority. So, but great question. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes.
One more over here.
All countries like Canada, like European countries provide long-term care, as kind of via social security and benefit, you know. And, I mean, what is there? Is there any, you think government eventually will come up with a plan to provide the long-term?
Here?
Yeah.
No. So the only way, yeah, well, don't get me started. The question is, what's the chance of the U.S. all of a sudden starting to pay for long-term care? I think those responses, answers are right. We could have, I could give you a lot of actual really good answers for why that is, but I think the ha answer is probably close enough. I think we got so many other, I mean, don't get me started on yes, sir.
They all give you different results.
Yes.
Do you have any recommendation for a reliable calculator that one can use?
That's a great question. Boy, you're coming up with some good ones. So the question was, if you couldn't hear it, is like there's all these retirement calculators online, right? And they're all flawed, to be honest with you. How much money you need. Sometimes it's somewhat simple. I mean, life doesn't have to be as complicated as we make it. Sometimes we can take a piece of paper, and remember I said earlier, 2 + 2 is always 4. And so if you go, okay, well, do I have a pension? What's my Social Security look like? And what's my lifestyle? Your lifestyle has a lot to do with how much you need. Some of you guys like to fly first class and live at the Ritz-Carlton when you go places, and some of you have a little eggshell camper you put behind the car, right? There's a very different lifestyle and how you behave. So the calculator, sometimes you don't need the fanciest calculator. The calculators are good for just, I mean, heck, you can talk to AI nowadays and say, what do you think? But you got to ask the right questions. I use very advanced software. I pay a lot of money for this software. And still, without the proper input, it gives you wrong information, right? So there isn't one good calculator. They're all trying to be honest, they're trying to say, hey, here's our calculator, and if you want to know more or buy whatever we're trying to sell you, then call us, right? Kind of thing. It's usually the case. There's usually some kind of a sales pitch attached to them. Sometimes just working with a good independent fiduciary financial planner, get a good plan in place, and you may not need it. I don't know what your story is as far as all the details. Sometimes it's just basic math, and you're going, all right. That's a loaded question. You could get me started, and I could spend an hour on that question. So, again, hit me up afterwards if you want to. I'm happy to chat with you a little bit more personal. But good questions, and great questions across the board, actually. All right. Anything else? I think I'm getting the hook. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Stay there.
All right, so Lars, thank you so much. As always, great job sharing your expertise, your wisdom, and just as a token of gratitude from our group and the Berkshire Rotary Club, just a little thank you for speaking today.
Thank you so much, Lars. Really a pleasure. Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna make some announcements? Yeah. All right, after 3, the doldrums of the afternoon, how's everybody feeling? They took away the coffee. I noticed that. No more coffee. You got to make do with water and whatever else is over there. So Key's coming back up here to introduce our final speaker, make a few announcements, but it has been a pleasure being here with you guys. The raffle's still coming up. Still got time. Still got time. Here's Key again.
Awesome, thank you. Well, for those of you who have stuck it out this long, I just wanted to say you're in great luck because we've been very fortunate and we just found 5 more speakers. So we're going to be here until, no, I'm kidding. Actually, so we're going to get to the raffle, right? Jewel, we're going to do the raffle in a little bit, right? So before we do the raffle, we just want to say one thing. Our final speaker of the day had an unforeseen emergency come up. And unfortunately, she's not going to be with us. So we're going to send her our best wishes. But I just want to let you know that we're going to be ending a little bit early today. So we'll do the raffle and give you guys some hours and time in your day back. But before we get to the raffle, I just wanted to say on behalf of everybody that put this on, thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you for supporting us. I want to again acknowledge the Belmont and Redwood Shores Rotary Club, all the members of the committee that worked so hard this last year to put this on. So I'm gonna have you guys stand up. Shiv, Anita, stand up. Who else is here? Jewel. Guys, Jewel has worked tirelessly to make sure that this event would go off without a hitch. Again, Patricia back there, the founder of all this for over a decade. You know, and for our, yes, sir. Okay. In a little bit, I'm going to have Dennis come and make a comment as well. I also want to say to our illustrious MC, thank you for doing a great job today and keeping us going. All right, so again, we're going to give you some time back. Dennis wants to come up and say something. Then I'm going to give this to Jewel, so we'll do the raffle, and then again, with that, we'll wish everybody a good rest of your afternoon. So Dennis, here you go.
Hi, how are you? I just wanted to say one thing. You know, we all have friends who aren't the same people they were when we first known them. And I don't know if you're like me, when you go visit them, you're trying to figure out, should I bring flowers? Should I bring candy? You know, what is it that I could bring them to give some joy? We saw some amazing things today. They could get boxing lessons. Somebody's gonna teach them how to sing, right? And as I was sitting here, I was thinking about the people in my life that have helped me become the person I've become, who are not where they were. I'm going to start giving them some of these things. Maybe I can give them something that will have meaning to them. And I just thought I'd share that with you.
Thank you, Dennis. All right, I think it's time for the raffle.
Yeah, it's time for a raffle. I think somebody was rolling over the raffle table right now. So we'll get this party started. Y'all here? We got enough, but I think there's still a good chance for you guys.
Did you combine all the blues over here?
Yeah, no. Right? The blues and reds?
They're just the 2 things, right?
Okay, I've got a ticket, guys. 434156.
The name is on the back, right?
Oh my God. Ray Avanzino.
Hi.
Oh.
I have all the gifts right here.
You got your
What is it?
you can.
Should I give it back?
Dude, what do you want to do? You want to take one and give it to him, have one ready, or he can pick one?
Pick one.
Pick one, Ray.
Wow.
You're a great supporter as well. I
Thank you.
appreciate you. Ray Avanzino,
Orchid to the
member
wife.
of the Belmont Redwood Shores Rotary Club. Oh, put it in. Oh my God, let's do it again. All right, if anybody has any, let's get them in here now. Otherwise, you snooze, you lose. Okay. Joyce Bartel.
Joyce, President Bartel.
All right, the president. I don't know. It's all right. Let's see. Who do we got?
Anything you'd like.
Joel Sarch. Oh yeah, Joel Sarch. Woo! You want to donate it back? I'll pick somebody else. Thank you, Joel.
Can we pick somebody from the crowd?
You can pick Duck Goose if you want. Okay. We've got R.N. Aurora.
Oh, there we go.
Oh! Let's go.
Anything you like.
Oh, the Mike McElroy. Are you here? Is Mike here? McElroy? I don't see him. Snoozing. Why don't you take full information? I think it's one per.
Yeah.
Good try. Good try. Oh, Mary Ellen Hills. Woo! Yeah, well, I don't like to look at them before you pick them. Oh, Rosemary Weed. Well, or Weed. Where are you? Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Congratulations, Rosemary. On your way over, why don't you pick us? The next winner. Rosemary's going to pick the next winner. Oh, what do we got? Mary. Didn't we already? No, Mary Ellen Hills. Mary Ellen Hills. Oh, you already did one. No, we're not doing two. That's what I thought. I thought I saw that name. Okay, anyway. Also, some people bought lots of them, but we want to give people. Okay. Ted Kitata.
There we go.
Thank you. All right, big winner.
A couple more. Three more.
Wow, 3 more?
Oh, four more.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much to our vendors
You already
who brought
called
these
one.
gift
Somebody coming up
baskets.
after.
You guys rock. Take your pick.
Anything you like. We have a $50 gift card. Nobody wants to take any
He bought a lot and then
medicine.
he left. Oh, Lakshmi. Lakshmi? All right. Congratulations. They're going to be the lucky ones for one person. Oh. Oh, good. I'm pretty sure that's that one already, too.
You only get one chance. You can pick anything you like.
Oh, man. Why don't you help me read this one?
Four. That looks like a really good gift. I got a mustache.
Last name Khan? I think C-O-H-N? That's what it looks like to me, too. Is it Marie? It doesn't really look like Marie. Oh, Khan. Okay, cool. Well, there you go. Okay. Ron Deere. Oh! Lucky, lucky. And thank you again for everybody for coming today. All of our sponsors, shout out. Oh. All right. We're going to also raffle off the beautiful arrangements on the tables. Angela Giannini. Winner, winner, Angela. Okay, now everybody gets a second chance here, even though previous winners. Here. These are for the centerpieces for the tables? Lovely. Oh. Karen Yamashi or Yamashi? Oh, there we go. Got it. You're gonna woo. Dennis Petnelli! Woo! Cindy's gonna love it.
Bob Maxwell. Well deserved, Bob. Well deserved. Thing of flowers for Patricia. Okay, because I'm redoing this. Anybody, even previous winners? So Joyce Bartel, you get one. Thank you for your help in getting these arrangements. Barbara. Phyllis Friedman. Phyllis Friedman here? Oh, good. All right, let's keep it going here. Callie Shaw. Oh, look at you. You get 2 arrangements. You can take it from any remaining table that hasn't been no, just these ones on these tables, not this one, just these ones. Yeah. So there's one over there, one there, one there, and there. Okay, we got Mei Ling. All right, look at you. You don't have one though. Just kidding. Just kidding. I think we have a few more. I'm glad that the flowers can go to good use. Okay. Rebecca G. Is there a Rebecca G in the house? Rebecca G? Vidyut L. Vidyut? How many do we have left? Marie Violet. Ray Aventino. All right. Joel Sarge. I know, but he gets done. Yeah. Reset. There you go. Look at you, big winner. We have one more? Barbara. Barbara G. Barbara G's in the house with some flowers now. All right. Little gift. It's just some. It's nothing much. Get all excited. I know. I wanted to just give this to Andrew for his wonderful emceeing tonight. It isn't much, but it sounds like it's more than you want. So there you go. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Oh yeah, we should. Yes. Okay, we have 2 more. We have these huge arrangements here. That's a big one. That's for peace of mind. It's just too bad. Well, here we go. Vidyut? No? Yes. No? I already called that once. Sure. Hold on. No! Helen, got it. You manifested that, Helen. All right, that's all we have. Thank you so much, everyone. Until next time. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Can Patricia Claire Maxwell? Patricia, before we leave. Patricia. All right. Well, this is a thank you from us to her as well for all of her hard work on this event. That's my mother sit there. Both of them. Yeah. So Patricia, I know you're over there, but thank you so much from all of us at the Rotary Club and on the committee. Yes, when you get outside,